Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are watching the world. My name is Sean Driver, and this is the Red Horde. So I'm just going to jump into it because it's been a little bit of a chaotic day. These 4:30 p.m. starts are not the easiest to get to. Had to make my way back from work, had some issues with the vehicle, and so I am excited for tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to be honest. I've had 48 hours of enjoyment. Car broken down on the side of the road last night. Got home about 4 hours later than I was anticipating. But hey, we're here and everything. I'm glad you're here. Nice to see you. Dale, you made it for this one. That's awesome. For everybody who's just joining, I actually didn't get a chance to write in the screens as to where we're going. So for tonight, we're going to MLS. It's available on YouTube. The easiest way to get there is actually to go on Twitter and search for Rob, Ryan, and Red, because I will actually finding the live stream conveniently, but you can get it. They've got sort of the preview match coming. Coverage will begin soon on the screen. If anybody has an issue with that, feel free to let me know. I can put it into the ticker. Whew, running all day, but I'm here. Time to turn off the phone. Welcome. As you're seeing the chats show up over here for everybody who hasn't been here before, feel free to take part. Let us know that you're here, where you're watching from, all that sort of fun stuff. I anticipate that we'll have some older people, some more, not older, this is the fourth time, some more experienced people and some others. Sam Jones, is that like Sam Jones from that I know Sam Jones, or is that a new Sam Jones? Either way, welcome. It's glad to have you, and yeah, that's exciting. Cool. So where was I going? I don't know if anybody's seen who's starting tonight, and if you guys had the same thoughts that I did looking at the roster, that was unexpected for me. Looking at the forwards with Mullen obviously out, this is going to be what's going to be the change. I know there were discussions that were going to happen. Are we going to give sort of Waters and Dalby the keys? Palmer, are we going to find somebody new? What's going to happen? One of the questions and one of the things I didn't anticipate was Lee getting moved up, and it appears to be that that's what we're looking at tonight. So just to go through who the roster is, and thanks, I know at least one person hasn't, is we've got Foster in goal, and then in the back we've got O'Connell, Tozer, Boyle, Barnett, and then we've got Jones, Cannon, Mendy, and then in the front Lee and Dalby. So the way that I'm reading this is, maybe I'm wrong, but Palmer and Waters are sitting on the benches, just and so I'm curious to see is Parkey putting Lee, moving him up, and letting O'Connor, Cannon, Jones, the gang in the middle sort of cover the losses. But it looks to me as though Lee is in the front row, and it sounds like a good thing to test in a preseason game, and this would be the perfect opportunity against what we anticipate to be a younger Philadelphia Union 2 side. Hayden's on the bench, so I'll go through those. The people on the bench, we've got Howard's going to come in for the second half in goal. We've got Hayden on the bench with Max Cleworth, with Jamie Jones. I always get these wrong. With James is back there, Hosanna, McFadden, McElendon, Jordan Davies, Palmer, and Waters. So Hayden is going to be coming off the bench. Andrew, it is nice to see you again as well. We've got some activity and some action going on in the chat from the start, and lots of people watching. So excuse me. We'll see if we're going to be able to maintain that. I might as well start with the beverages while we wait for this one to get started. So yeah, let me know your I like that one. Little and large up front. This is going to be fun. And I guess the question is I don't think I have the height of, I know Lee's probably smaller than Waters, but I don't think that Waters is much bigger, to be fair. But that am I the only one that came to as a surprise? I mean, in hindsight, it makes sense. Test it right now. But yes, absolutely. If you're looking to watch the game, the easiest thing to do is if you can search Twitter, is go to Rob, Ryan, Red. They've got it available. If not, you're searching for why don't I copy and paste if I have to? It's at MLS, and you're searching for live stream Next Pro Invitational Philadelphia Union 2. And I know that there's a lot there. So let's go into my designs here in my captions. Edit this one out, and you can also get it at MLSnextpro.com. But this is going to be the easiest way to get it, is down below. So you can Google MLS Next Pro. You can find it on YouTube through searching Twitter at Rob Ryan Red, had the lead to it. Or you can try and search YouTube, which I had to do to go to MLS and click the live games and then search it. It was a little bit cumbersome, to be fair. but I'm hoping you have it. The good news is the game's not there, so take the time to find it. If you need to take the time to find it, they're just loaded up now. So I'll keep that scrolling down below, and maybe while it's scrolling, I might add to it just that it's also an MLS Pro as I get rid of the chat overlay. And I'll be back because you can't play with this thing too much. It crashes every time. I'll be right back. There we go. We're back. So as we said, yes, excited. I mean, absolutely, Wrexham's going to beat Philadelphia Tid like they did LA Galaxy too. I do think that is the expectation. 100%. Want to see Waters have a run at it. Well, I was the same way, and last time I think I saw enough that I recognized he can. I mean, he's no Mullen. He plays a different game. He's I think a little bit quicker, and he's more. He likes to be on the outside more than Mullen ever does. I always found Mullen, if there were started in the middle and worked his way outside. But I always thought that he was a little bit more direct. Water seems to be. He likes a circular approach, which is a little bit different. So I'm okay with having a run and using this game to see Lee and Dolby, mostly because I never anticipated Lee being up front. It absolutely threw me off when I saw that. So I do thank you W&G for that one. Wrexham are going to beat Philadelphia Union, as I said. I do think that's to be anticipated. I have been calling out wanting to see Dolby and Waters. Now I know we're going to see them, so I don't think it's as much of a test. I've been calling out wanting to see Hosanna and what he's been able to do. And I still think we've got some stuff to do there. I guess if I was looking for somebody that I wanted to see today, other than the league up front, I think I'm going to have to go with probably Max in the back. Cleworth, just sort of curious as to what, I mean, not to say that he's not capable at all, but I think where things are at with the center is if you're looking at the three people in the back, can you keep Tozer out of the lineup in a regular League Two match? I don't know if we can. Can you keep Hayden out the way that he's been playing? I don't think you can. You've got Boyle. And so I guess the way that I'm looking at it is who's fourth guy in? Is it O'Connell? Is it Max? Is it there? So, and I appreciate that's the thing. New Canadian guy catching up and trying to get all caught up on everything all Wrexham is the Welsh anthem is playing. I feel like we need to stop. Well, that was a rousing rendition, to be honest. Kind of that was awesome. That's something we expect at North American games involving clubs is the anthem, not so much in overseas, but there it is. US anthem is coming, so I'm going to stay silent for that part out of respect. Oh, Two rousing renditions of the anthem. Loving that at the outset. Wizard Glick, I see that you've asked the question that everybody's been asking, and that's fair because it's important. Two sources that I'm aware of. First one, MLS Next Pro. You can go to the website and search on the videos. You'll be able to find the link, and that'll take you to the YouTube page. You can also find it direct at YouTube. It's at MLS is the channel you're going to want to go to. Click on live and it should pop up there. If not, you have to get a little creative by putting in Philadelphia Union 2. I will say it's fascinating. This game, and Wrexhamites will get this, this game coming to you live from Chester, Pennsylvania. I mean, when to have a preseason game anywhere called Chester, I'm sure automatically puts hairs up on the back of your necks. But this one coming from a city next to Philadelphia, a suburb called Chester. I'm surprised they didn't market the absolute tar out of that. But yeah, Logan, I did see that with respect to the apology. I mean, he's got to send off the apology, and I know that Fozzie sent out a tweet that said that he felt absolutely gutted, and I'm sure he did. I'm in the camp that the hit on Mullen was not malicious. It wasn't intentional. He didn't go out and charge out to the box with the developed intent. I'm going to take this guy out if I have to, but stupid, foolish, negligent. All those qualify. So I'm sure he feels bad about it, but he also made a mistake. So you know what? Class 2, I guess he's 21, 23. But in a preseason, it's just dumb. And I think Parkey emulated that in his comments. So getting things started from Chester, I am excited. Looks like the stadium's pretty bloody full. Excited to see what Lee does up front. But anyway, I was talking about the if you were to start and say, not including our wing backs, but if you were to start with your three people as center back, who are you picking? You know, to me, Tozer, you got to have the throw-ins. Boyle, you brought him in for a reason. And then how do you keep Hayden out with the way he's been playing? Am I wrong? Is there Hayden out? And I see the back three in the lineup. Yeah, you've got that. Andrew's got the same. Tozer, Hayden, Boyle. I assume that's, yeah. And then next cap of rank would probably be O'Connell, Tunnicliffe, and that's and I don't know what happens when the cup games happen, right? When we get Wigan and Crew Alexandra and I think it's Port Vale, if I've got it in my mind correctly. It's been a while since the draws were announced. Do they sprinkle them in? You know, keep one of the top three in and play another two, or do they just go full wholesale? It'll be interesting to see. Taking our time to get it started here. And what's interesting is I'm looking into the crowd. I don't see as many red jerseys. It's a curiosity. I don't know if you're seeing the same as me. I mean, certainly a fair smattering. Chelsea game where it was probably 50-50, 60-40. It looks like it's maybe 30% right now. That doesn't mean they're not Wrexham fans. They're not in uniform, not in kit. So hard to get kit. I don't. I'm wearing this until mine show up. So we're started. If you don't have the game, I'll do a little bit of get settled in. But you've got Philadelphia Union 2 going from right to left on your screen and Wrexham going from left to right. Flag for offside, and we'll see what we do with some possession. Barnett to start it. No, he's going to give it to Fozzie. I'm sort of frustrated and sort of blessed with the kits. I did email them and they got back to me because I ordered both an away and a third. And I've seen the thirds going out and I'm envious. I want them. But they're holding them until they get the away kits, and the away kits haven't arrived. But man, I was online. I ended up getting charged twice. One of them had to be reimbursed, and it was a battle with the timeout. But it is what it is. They're going to pick it up. They'll improve on the system, and we'll be better for it as a club and as fans as we go forward. I'm certain that they're learning. They've got to get more orders in. Hopefully, Macron figures it out. I don't get the delay. Run the manufacturing. Like, get the stuff out there. If it's going to sell, push it. Is that just because W&G that it's a the red shirt that you prefer, or is it that you haven't seen enough of it? Because I do admit I'm hoping they are comfortable wearing those thirds a lot. I do really like them. Yeah, it's I don't know what the answer is. Shipping over to Nike. I just you have factories to make kits, to sell kits, to make money, and you can't run the factory to get out more product. Certainly not Wrexham holding it back and saying, "Hey, we want to slow back the demand." I mean, could it be? It doesn't make any sense. Um, who knows? Oh, bounce, bounce, and ah. So was that Tozer with the turnaround and the spin and fire that just missed on that one? A little bit of action early on with Lee with the cross. Was that Tozer? Oh, he didn't turn and fire. It bounced off. That's why it missed. Pinball action. I get it. The traditional red. I can't complain. I'm the odd guy who, as long as the stripes don't make my gut look too big, I really like the wager, but I'm a little bit nervous it's going to have that consequence. So for me, it's the black. Yeah, I'm with you. Still adjusting to how, I guess, insignificant the trophy, the Pizza Cup is, the EFL trophy is, and so I can see a. Oh, I think he just fell. For reference, if anybody's watching along, I'm at 3 minutes and 30 seconds on my stream as you're hearing it now. So if that means you want to back it up a little bit, feel free to do it. If you're happy to go ahead and know that you're watching the fastest one, but you'll be waiting for me to get the announcements as to what's happening on the pitch. It's nice to see. It's the analytics. I know you guys don't get to see it, but it's nice to see every time I start one of these videos, my numbers ramp up really, really, really high for the first 10 minutes and then they fall. I've gone through that threshold and I've got a fair number of people that are hanging in for this one. So that makes me happy. We're developing a little bit of a nice little crew here. I assume Brendan's in the background listening. Dale's rejoined us. Andrew's been here consistently, and we've got some new people taking part. So I thank you guys for that. So we've got possession now. Let's get this spun. Whoa, that was just not enough gumption on that one. I was watching him in the back corner as the ball went up there, and there was I think an expletive with the way the head bob went down. Jesus. All off of a Dalby turnover there was just not enough push on the ball. Yikes. Dalby gives him a wave. I owe beer. That's what that was. I'm getting you the next round because that, if they can back that up, would be nice because he definitely had a Barnett, I think it was, out wide and just too soft and right into the path. Well, he certainly got called on and made some saves there. Can't complain about that. Yeah, absolutely, Brennan. 24,000 last year, Andrew, and I think they're expecting the ceiling to be, and what they were ordered for was somewhere in the 35 to 37,000. Now, I don't know if the person who actually said that was in the know, but I mean that's a lot of people screaming and desperate for it, right? And even just the slow sales, September 12th when the Welcome to Wrexham comes back on, there's going to probably be some new fans that jump in on that. My tow truck driver, as I was being towed off the highway and in with my car crapping out on the highway, we had a great chat about Wrexham in the tow truck. And so he's developing an enjoyment for it, and being able to talk with a Wrexham fan sort of cemented for him that it was becoming a thing. Because I think part of it for the North Americans is you kind of feel like you're on a bit of a bubble until you get down to these games and these stadiums, you see the photos that, you're connecting with other fans like we are here. Are we the only ones who are really this nuts about it? Sam, I didn't hear, to be fair, what the audience was or what the crowd was. In my head, I think 27,000 was the capacity for this, but that was a long time since I looked it up, and it might have been Snapdragon Stadium that I'm thinking of. I know it was 51, and I didn't see the sales like off of StubHub before at the LA Galaxy game where everybody was selling them off for $6 or $8. But I think it was, yeah, 25, 27. I think 27's capacity. So somewhere around there. Barnett, just direct, eh? He's just ooh, right through the legs, a little bit of magic. Dealing with young kid pace again. Yeah, I only wrote 10 players down on my sheet. I was missing who. O'Connor was who I was missing. Trying to turn everything off. The joys of getting in late. And here's the question that I have is, are those actual legitimate jerseys that they're tripling the price on, or are they knockoffs that just came out at the same time? And because I'm sure there's going to be a couple people who are going to be nervous buying something off of eBay, thinking they're desperate and just want to do it, and they end up getting a knockoff jersey, which uh, could be a bit of a sin. I think it's fair that you've made it in the US. I think there's more of a question as to how big Wrexham is in Canada. We haven't seen it, right? In the US, it's numbers that get tracked. I mean, if I, discussion was, it was one of the most watched games. The Wrexham Boreham Wood match was one of the most watched soccer games, if not the most watched on ESPN. There are fans through the US. It's becoming, if not the US's number one soccer club, club. Uh, in Canada, I don't know if it's quite that big. Yeah, so that's a double ding, right? You're paying a premium to get a jersey, and then you end up getting something that's not legitimate. Ick. I'm curious to see. We've seen now in two games from Barnett him hustling down the right side, and just he's a fast machine. Like he's a tank. If there's just one way, direct, which isn't bad if it works. But I'm curious to see once he gets up against League Two defenders, whether that works as well as it has. Oof. O'Connor continuing to look good with the set pieces. I mean, that's just. I feel like there's going to become some statements I can just put on a player and just play it out all the time, and that's one of them. Well, it's interesting. We've got a different dynamic on the left and the right, right? Because to me, Mendy's a blazer. I think he's faster than Barnett is. At least comes across that way. But Barnett, his handling abilities and his willingness to take on people direct, still in the action. They're going to call the foul. But I do think he's a handful. I haven't seen League Two. I've seen League One, but I haven't seen League Two before. So to get an idea as to how capable the defenders are, I wonder if his direct play is going to get as much favor in League Two, and the things that us plastic fans are going to learn, right? So is that if and when we win, is that what the message is going to be on the Twitter tomorrow? Is Wrexham wins in Chester? It looks to me too the stadium's still filling with. You pay all the money, you don't get to see Wrexham very often, and you're not able to make it there for kickoff. I don't know. Seems a little odd. Did turn it over. Jesus. Well, Connell looked smooth on that. And here's the question I want somebody to take on, some Wrexham fan to take on, just because this is what the important information we need to know is, for the away games, which stadium has the best pies? Like, or the best brew? But I want to know, like, get into the food culture, but I guess maybe not taken as seriously in England with food culture than at North American stadiums with all the creative hot dogs and stuff. Well, I still think they're going to run the streaming. It doesn't cost them a nickel to run the streaming, right? So get a little bit of in their pocket, but obviously they're not going to be doing the same. I think it's Chesterfield's going to be on the way up with the way they're spending. Is there anybody else in the National League like that's looking to try to push to move up? I'm hoping we don't have to worry about it because we'll be looking to move up with beyond whoever's coming up. But I do think that they're going to keep the streaming service. It just makes sense. It's a funny balance, though, Andrew, isn't it? I mean, I get the priority thing, and you want to certainly do that for tickets and have something in place, whether it's priority, whether it's uh, ballot system or whatever. But if you start using it too much, um, are you starting to distance off the fans who don't have the financial capacity to buy a membership? Sam, that's exactly it. Biggest game ever played. Love it. I absolutely love that. To be fair, I haven't looked at the National League this year. I don't even know who Chesterfield plays in their second game. My eyes have been up the whole way through. I'm appreciative of the development and the fact they brought in the streaming and connected us to Wrexham and all those things, but I haven't looked down. That's fair. I just used to seeing Mendy, so maybe it's the highlight and it sticks in your head of the what it was second goal against Notts where it went past Mullen and he was there calling for it going forward. I get that just may have been the circumstances, but think I've seen Mendy almost as far up as Barnett, so that's why it's maybe imprinted in my mind. Game to me has been possession favor to us, I think, but the counter punch again, it's that pace, which maybe isn't a bad thing. As Philly just gets another corner. And I'm just going to conclude. I'm fairly confident this broadcaster is different than the broadcaster that was in the the LA Galaxy one because I'm not getting the same factual updates that are rolling through my ear. Insane because of no connection. Insane just because it's League Two and we're taking on a team that got relegated from League One. I was hoping to get the Dons. There's nothing in the game to me with the Dons, so maybe that's a good thing to have it for the season opener because it'll start its own fire. I get that. There was a tweet, if you just missed it, that Mark did come out and say that he was going to be doing the commentary and everything's fine and everything's good. So still yet to see if that's going to be on iFollow or if it's going to be a separate stream that we're going to have to line up. Man, it's going to be a lot for me to be able to do the watch parties, line up the audio Griffiths broadcast and be able to connect with you guys, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, I get that. It has to be something for sure that improves things. It is ordering more. That's the solution. It's ordering more. Oh, and I clicked my thing. I'm going to lose the channel. Oh, I hate this setup sometimes. I'll be right back, and I apologize for it. Thank you. I had a fight with the monitor as I shut everything down and didn't want to curse everything out. So, Brendan, I don't know what the 650 was a reference to. Oh, has 650 employees. Wow. I did see some of the directors as I was going through things, doing a little bit of research and figuring out the sports governance models, and like some of those salaries, I think they're up to like 200 to 800,000 quid. If I was reading those right, I was like, how is that possible? Yes, Sam, it is possible to watch all 46 league games are going to be on iFollow for us. There have been discussions, but it hasn't been guaranteed. DAZN has the rights to carry League Two. They said that they will have Wrexham games. What I haven't heard, and that they are the exclusive carrier. What I haven't heard is if they're going to be showing all of them, because DAZN, you don't need to have iFollow. Although if you have iFollow, 80% of your money goes to the club, or if you have DAZN, you're getting a share of the broadcasting that they're paying for. So I rather than DAZN, I'd prefer to have iFollow. In the US, it's all through ESPN. I don't know exactly how many games that they're going to be showing. Other countries were figuring to sort of roll along. But we're at the 21-minute mark coming up to it here, and we're still sitting here at a 0-0 game. But it's $170, 170 quid, I think, the subscription pass. But I know I needed my games, so I just ordered the annual pass. There are month-to-month options available that come a little bit more expensive over time, and that you can go to the Wrexham website and search for iFollow and find it there, or go get it through the EFL site as well. The EFL iFollow website, and they'll force you to go to Wrexham, and that's how they determine who gets the say you're buying it for. And I don't know the question too as to whether I follow whether it's, even though Wrexham's getting the money and I bought it through them, will I be able to watch other League Two matches? Because I may just want to have some to be able to follow others. Maybe the DAZN membership or an ESPN Plus membership becomes desirable. Yeah, it has been. You know what? I know. Was it Andrew? You were talking about we're a second half club last year. I don't remember it being this demonstrable in the National League, where the first halves we were just this far off. Well, you guys have the blackout issue. I mean, still boggles my mind. Like, we did that with the CFL, which is the Canadian version of the NFL for Gridiron football, had local blackouts and geographical blackouts and all that fun stuff. And then they realized that it was actually hurting the team, because if fans weren't able to connect and see players watching, they became less interested in going over time. There's lots of studies on this. The blackout stuff is an old thought from the 50s and 60s and 70s. It doesn't work when people have dodgy fire sticks and ways to get games. And if they'll figure it out, they'll figure it out. Oof. I missed the foul there. Couldn't have been offside. Another good ball in. Calling him over his back? I don't get that. Or was it just because it went out? The way they were acting, it was like there was a foul, not just a goal kick. So still got more people that are joining and collecting. You can see the chat here. We don't bite. Feel free to just throw in. I think we've got about maybe 40% taking part, and a bunch of people lurking. Yeah, I hear you, Andrew. I mean, for me, I'm not probably going to watch a whole lot of other League Two games. I probably the Don's Derby when that one's on, especially the game that's in at Wimbledon. I'm going to enjoy probably loading that one up. But there's not a lot of other games that I'm interested in watching. Maybe if an event happens, rather than on the highlights, go so you can watch the build up. But for me, I paid to watch Wrexham because I want to watch Wrexham. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Andrew. It still doesn't make any sense to me. Tozer throw from the right side. Lots of people up. Header to header. Ayo! That looked like the Hayden goal that we got against Man U, where it was a header. It was Tozer to a header to get it to another header. But that time, just not enough on this one to sneak it by. But I do love having that throw in as a potential threat to score a goal every time. So, and I think all EFL is on Sky Sports, is it not? Including League Two, and then you're at the mercy of whoever they decide to show and not show. I don't know if, like, North American sports, you buy the MLB package, or the NHL center ice package, or whatever it is, and you get all of the games. And there's no way you can watch all of the games. But yeah, Brandon, that's, I mean, one time, maybe an accident. Two times you start to wonder, but third, think that there's some intent there. That's they're trying that connection of that extra header going across. But it'd be nice with iFollow to show it all. Yeah, I get that a whole summer of I guess sorry, not summer, a whole winter of just back to back sports. Saturdays full of soccer. Blackouts are daft. They don't work. I agree. If you want to go and see the club, you're going to go and see the club. If you're not, if you don't want to see the club, you're not going to go see the club. It's not the physical eyes on the screen that are what attract you. Like if you have the option to go live, you pay the quid and you go in. It's better in person. This is a great substitute. Yeah, that would frustrate me to no end because I have zero interest in watching Newport play knots. Like, why would I care? I, I don't know. You know, later in the season, maybe there might be some games that are worth watching because they affect the standings and where you're at. Right? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Oh, right to the center. Good ball every time. Good ball every time in set piece. Like you have to give it to O'Connor. Sniffing around again. And to be fair, if memory serves me correct, it was about the same price to get all the MLS, or sorry, not all the MLS, all of the Major League Baseball and all of the NHL hockey games. Oof. Get there. So somebody's down. Somebody's down. Can we go back? Is, oh, it was a hydration break. Who is that and what happened? Oh, should be okay, but the last thing we need is experiment with Elliot Lee up front and then end up getting an injury there. He looks all right. They haven't called for the mob, but the way he was laying down as the ball was going upfield, I started to have a panic moment there. Yeah, 500 quid to get all of like that's nuts. I think he looks all right coming up. The other thing, and I've wondered, you go into a sports pub in North America and it screens everywhere and games all over the place, but we don't have the same licensing, TV licenses that have to be purchased and all that sort of stuff. So I'm wondering, does that prohibit the number of sports pubs that are in or pubs with TV on them, TVs on them showing sports in England and Wales? Because you usually find it's, you know, a lot of people hovering around one or two TVs rather than you walk in and they almost feel like you're overwhelmed with the lights because they're all those big screens everywhere. I haven't seen that, at least in South Yorkshire, Leeds, York, Manchester, Liverpool, those areas, Edinburgh. But I haven't been down to the south other than flying in and out. So, but I just haven't seen it. So he does look fine, but man, I would have a heart attack if another player goes down, another forward, anybody, but especially somebody up front. Already at 30 minutes. Like this seems like just sort of a maybe last day of the trip, hard to get up for it. Everybody's started excited to go home, get the seasons fired up. You'd like to get the win. Yeah, it's good to know. I have seen like, you know, there's in Doncaster, the pub that I went to frequently had 3 TVs that were up that you could go to. It just wasn't overwhelming. and I get the sense, like, you walk into the Shark Club Sports Bar in Canada, and that is massive TVs, probably like, I mean, there's one wall, they have the big TV with probably, I think it's about 12. Yeah, about 12 all the way around it. It comes up with a pint glass symbol. Andrew, you're gonna have to tell me what that means. Dale, I'm with you. The broadcaster that did the LA Galaxy 2 game was really good. This one, he did. I don't think he's done any research, and I'm not sure he's really. This is his sport of choice. I think he knows the rules generally, but even when it went out for a goal kick or went off for a corner, he had to wait until he ended up being able to see exactly what was happening. Yeah, I'm fascinated by this. Pubs paying for it, TV license, and then the pint glass symbol that it would come up with. Like I haven't seen that, to be fair. Is that like to shame me for watching the game in the pub? Well, I always thought there's a pub in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, that was one of those old movie theaters, and we've all seen them, right? And they have turned a pub where the floor, they'll have, floor seating and tables where the theater was, and then the stage is now, they'll sometimes put singers and stuff, but really they have a massive, like, full theater screen game where they show the Canucks games, and it's like you're sitting in the movie theater, but they've taken out a one row seat, so it's like table, table, table. It's almost like the Coliseum, where you're sitting in your own private suites watching the hockey game, and then they've got other TVs around the theater. It is overwhelming to go in there. I hate that team, but it's exciting. No Snappa there. I am planning, hoping, fingers crossed, that I'll be in Doncaster for Easter and the game against Mansfield the weekend before that. I think it's March 29, somewhere around there. That's the game I've got earmarked for me getting out there. My trips to England, for those that don't know, I've married a South Yorkshire lass. All of Yorkshire, that's a handball. I've done all of South Yorkshire and, well, most of Yorkshire, Edinburgh, Manchester, that area, but there's still a lot for me to explore. That's for sure. Oh, so it's not a punishment; it's a reward. You get to show off that says you paid $12,000 to have it all. Just hitching a ride, grabbing on. Well, let's see what O'Connor's got from close. I can't remember a kick being this close for O'Connor as far as a set play. 10 minutes. I'm gonna have to drink up. I've been taking my time through this one. Oh, and he went for it. O'Connor's got some game to him, like, that belies his age. You watch him, and every time I watch him, I feel comfortable and confident. There are players that just seem to instill that in fans, and some that don't. And I'm not saying he's mistake free, but there's a calm confidence to his game. Impressive. Whoa. That's a field goal, is what that was. That was 3 points in gridiron in the NFL. That's like what DAZN does now when they add the numbers on the screen to be able to catch you, right? Who's running the shady IP connections? They'll track it back to the subscription and just cancel you. But yeah, 36 minutes. I mean, they'll add the water. We'll probably get at least what 4 or 5 minutes here. But it's actually even in regular midfield play, he's been doing all right. Mendy, use the space. No, nothing there. Another corner. But it's to be fair, it's the joy of watching this sort of stuff, and you go from not being able to watch any Wrexham games into being able to watch. What did we watch? 12 to 16 that were actually covered before the end of the years. Might more than that. And the highlights, but I still the back end, the wing backs, you always knew pushing the ball up. The guys up front, but the center backs, oof, take a crack at that. Never really got an opportunity to get on who they were and how they played and where their strengths were, other than Tozer, I guess, because he threw it in. Oh, the field goal, that was yeah. Whoever that was. I don't think it was intended. That's the only problem is you put the guy out there to kick the field goal blind. Yeah, I'd love to go to Harrogate. Actually, I know that my in-laws got married there. Oh yeah, there we go. Score it up. Offside. What did they call? Will not count. What did I miss? Nobody's arguing. People are still celebrating the plays going on. Clue in, folks. That's got flag's got to go up on that one, no? Bring us the replay. Nobody complained. I guess it's also preseason. But no, going back to Harrogate, I'd like to go there. For me, it's more about convenience with my schedule, whatever's going on at work, and that sort of thing. And so when I saw the game in Donny, I was kind of just taking whatever was around it. It just happens to be Mansfield that got luck of the draw. Not really one of the more exciting games to go and attend. I don't think it's going to get me that ramped up yet, but maybe the first game with Mansfield controversial will happen and it'll be really exciting. It was O'Connell. Had to have been O'Connell if O'Connor was the double O connection. Welsh Derby, there's lots of tasty little treats. I mean, I don't want to start a rivalry where there was never one historically, but there's some geographically proximate teams this year that their fans certainly have a lot of lip. Yeah, and I would have missed the push because as I was seeing it, mind you, I was already going like this because I could see it happening. Maybe it was an early push because I didn't see anything direct, like immediately prior to the header. Get across. That's a weird call too. Hmm. Will it be nice to go back to having a system where the VAR is there? I wish they'd go back to the potential foul. Oh, and I'm not saying they're bad by any stretch. I mean, I think the bookies have them in the middle of the table somewhere. What? Have a crack. There it is. O'Connor. Calm, confidence instilling, collects the ball, looks around, picks a spot, drives it home. Nothing fancy about that. It was just right there. A nice one to get right before the half. Give everybody a little bit of confidence going out. Just lands, puts it down off the boot. League Two doesn't run VAR? Oh, I'm disappointed. So they can't enforce the towel rule. John Hill, how are you? Belleville, Ontario. Always fun to have another fellow Canadian. And that's not to be disparaging to my friends from the South. Absolutely welcome. But I felt a little lonely here for a while. That's got to be a foul. Mendy gets pulled down. Andrew, are you going without watching it on YouTube or? Sam, 100%. I mean, to be fair, there hasn't been much of a press other than that first one that got called back, and stuff from set plays. I don't think there's been much sniffing around either end, really. It's been kind of a ho-hum, comfortable game of kickabout. Not to say that that's a bad thing, as the last preseason game before you return back home. Dalby, is he off? Yeah, I thought. Rule. Is that not the dumbest thing I've ever? There's a no towel rule. Yeah, okay. That was another double header from the near post, header from the far post, and there was a push on that one. I think he can kind of give that. Unlike the US Canada one, which I wasn't convinced there was a push, that one I'll accept there was a push there. Hey John, I you got to hold that one back though, man. I'm recording that game so that when this is done, I can watch the Blue Jays game. But I did see they were 1-0 down, so I'm looking forward to getting caught up on the Blue Jays game. I thought if you talk to me, even 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and said I would sit here watching a Wrexham versus Philadelphia Union 2 preseason game instead of the Blue Jays in their wild card playoffs hunt, I would have said you were nuts. But I am. This is more exciting to me. The only one I've heard of, WNG, is the possibility that could there be a fine for using something that the fans provide. But if a fan just says, hey, here's a towel. Now, have I looked at the regulations to see what they say? No. Do I think that that's easy to enforce if you reach into the fans and grab something to be able to use? Yes. But it'd be funny to see at all the home games for every Wrexham throw-in, the fans standing there with towels. And I mean, just might as well have a towel giveaway. Yeah. And just increase the size of your shirt by one size, and away you go. I've got reasons to support the Rangers, but I've also, Johnston from the Canadian national team's on Celtic, as much as I do not want to support Celtic, and I have zero interest in doing that for certain reasons. I do hope for him. So low scoring games where he plays well on the back line. And who would have thought, for me, the biggest concern of Brexit would be trying to get North Americans over into England and Wales consistently to play a little bit of footy. Didn't anticipate that would be where the door would get closed. Not entirely. 3 minutes of extra time already, 2 minutes in. If you haven't joined before and you're here, just shut everything down. Once I get some video content created, enough of it, I may start adding it during the half times. But for now, feel free to take your break, grab your stretches, refill your beverage of choice. Sort of a ho-hum game to be this one. I'm disappointed because the chat's been amazing. You guys are awesome, and certainly have some numbers here. But the game's been sort of, oh, there was. That was a demonstrative, I'm going to give it from here. If you saw the ref. Is a chance to test Ben Foster. That wasn't a penalty. It was a Flash Scores is a little bit behind. It's fascinating, isn't it, Dale? Like, I'm curious, like hockey season start. I'm not going to be watching as much hockey this year. It's going to be Wrexham. It's an interesting phenomenon. I'm surprised there's only 3 minutes because that's supposed to include the water break because the time ran. So you had, well, I guess Lee got injured or knocked for the same amount of time. That was a good one. Oh, he lined that thing. 1-1. Red, you don't have to watch it on a dodgy box. It's on YouTube. This YouTube's down below. But you can go to mlxpro.com as well and find it there. And it should be available worldwide. I mean, what are you going to do with that? He just laced into that. Nothing Fozzie can do on that. Got through the wall, and that's it. John, you're killing me. I've been trying to suggest to promotion relegation that's doing it. Yeah, have a scoot during the break. There's lots of time. If you struggle when we get back at the halftime, I'm happy to help you, Red, with getting through it. So, there's fan groups anywhere. There's actually a Wrexhamite. I'm wondering if he's here eavesdropping. But there's a local Wrexham, raised in Wrexham, immigrant who is now living close to my area. So we're planning to meet up and go for a beverage, and so that'll be fun. Talk shop in person. I haven't heard any rules about EFL and implementing accurate additional time rules, so I don't know anything in that regard. But I guess this is the time where I'm going to take that off, phone out of the way, turn the score on, and a little bit of music, and then we'll be back at the half. So hope everybody stays tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in the chat. And Red, I'm sure I will help connect you if you weren't able to connect. I'm going to do something a little different than down tempo. Let's play a little bit of lounge for this break. All right, we'll be right back. And we're back. A little bit longer than normal. Consequence of being out of the house for 2 days. The little ones wanted to be with me, and I forgot a beverage. Might actually just run and grab one while we've got a chance to do that. And officially back. Now everything's settled in. And I'm exactly with you, Andrew. I've found the quality on this one to be relatively poor, to be completely fair. Rookie mistake again. Hey, I'll maybe by the end of the year I'll get through an error-proof mistake. Especially I've done this now too. I'm running 50% on forgetting a beer at the half. That's not acceptable at all. But I am absolutely with you. No injuries is the goal. And now we just got a matches delayed due to a weather event. Oh no. I'm hoping that's, I didn't hear anything on the broadcast. Oh, what do we do? First time this has arisen. I guess we wait to see it. I'm going to have to check Twitter and see exactly what they're saying is the deal. I didn't see any rain. Well, that's one way to make sure that there's no injuries. Call the game at the half. Search Twitter. Wrexham, Philadelphia. Play. Nothing there. Somebody check the weather in Chester. Well, I don't see rain. I see an excessive heat warning. It's an odd thing. It does give me a chance to get your guys' perspective on one thing, and that was, I believe, it was the Daily Mirror, and I know not a great source, was talking about all of the things that have happened with Wrexham, the 90 quid jerseys and troubles with getting tickets and local fans missing out on opportunities, and the 75 being held by for international fans. And one of what was surprising to me was reading the comments, and there was one of the local Wrexham people that said that there's a growing community in Wrexham of former Wrexham fans who used to go when there was 3,000 fans in the stadium, who now, because they can't get tickets, are starting to turn their back on the club. I'm obviously not in Wrexham. I would be surprised that a community that has such a history of being connected to its club would have fans that would turn at its most successful time when things are looking good. But I'm curious, is there any truth to that, or was it just one fan sort of piping off? Yes, 100%. The article was trash. I'm not giving it any credence at all. I was just talking about the comments that came after it. So just sort of curious as to what people thought. That's good to know, Andrew. I just was wondering if there was a burgeoning sense. I mean, the way I looked at it is people were frustrated, wanted to have solutions, but that they weren't looking to throw their hands up. I mean, my experience with sports, there's only been one club, and it's recent, that I've started to turn away with because of continual, and it's been like 7 to 9 years of bad management. And it's hard to support, as much as I love the players, as much as I love the jersey and the logo and the team. just constantly getting kicked with bad management and bad decisions that affect the club, it's hard to continue to give them my support. So I was wondering, is that a concern in Wrexham? That's good to hear. I appreciate that, Justin. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I'm glad you're here for the watch party. Should probably send it out to everybody and says, if you're in the delay, come and chat all thing Wrexham. Have an opportunity. So, maybe we'll tweet something up. But I guess I'm happy to also to turn it over. Just somebody said that there were thunderstorms west. I haven't looked up. I mean, I just went to Google to look it up. I haven't looked up the thunderstorms to see where they are. Or is there a Doppler for Southern Philadelphia, South Philadelphia? Born and raised. Yeah, for me, John, and you'll get it. I'll be open. I'm a Vancouver Canucks fan, and we were in it in 2011, and we had to do. I suggest what every team has to do when you're in a salary cap and you're in build up for your chance at winning, then you fall off. Is you've got to restock you got to do the rebuild. You got to blow it up and rebuild, and they didn't do that. And Trevor Linden said we need to better rebuild, and they didn't do it. They opted to do a partial rebuild and sort of a reach. So then they had an opportunity 3 years after that. Okay, let's do the proper rebuild. And instead, they did another retool. And then again this year, they've basically announced that it was a failure, bought out contracts, and we're sitting there we've got some good core players we could build around, but they've just chopped us out over and over and over again. Stuff that I love to hear is that what's going on in Wrexham is positivity. And so it was interesting. I could grab the individual's name. The Wrexham's probably not that big that there's a chance that people might know who it is. But said that he was a former season ticket holder, and he's getting frustrated with not being, and was there when there was 3,000. So who knows? I'm looking at the Doppler radar, and I just don't see. I guess there's some red there. And there's actually a Chester and a Chestertown, things you didn't know. And a Westchester, man. The towns of Pennsylvania. I did hear rumors of adding another striker. I think Norwood was on the list, and has been for a while. I don't know if that's going to be a connection. At the end of the day, I think that there's enough, just from reading, character concerns. Andrew, yes, there needs to be a complete blow it up. And that's in hockey more than any other professional league in North America, that blow ups, get your prize, and rebuild. And I know that there can be a half-season loan. Andrew, you might know the answer to the question. Loans can be for any set piece of time, and they can be recalled as well. I don't know if there's a rule as to length, duration requirements. If, as I understand it, mid-season loans are fine. It doesn't have to happen in a window or outside of a window. It's the one area that I haven't done a lot of research into the regulations, just because Parkey's seem to intimate that he likes the club that he has, and he doesn't want to loan players in. He wants to build the bond of the team together. To be fair, Canuck, but is there a Doppler in South Philadelphia? And I am looking at the red on the screen moving over. I don't know. Does it forecast? watching the storm brewing from the west, and it's pushed all the way. It's past. Based on the pace of it, they're not planning for that red to get through until it's 5:50 now for another 40 minutes. So this could be a hell of a long wait. Well, I think the concern is quality, and also is that we're at the cap limit as far as players are concerned. So if we bring somebody in, we've got to send somebody out, as I understand it. And so if our roster, our list is full, then how do we that? I don't have an answer to that question. I pose it as one. I haven't looked at things like injured reserve and how that works, if at all, in comparison to North American sports, where you're not prohibited during an injury to bring in people. But from what I was following, at least through the podcast, the joy of having 4.5-hour road trips down to or up and down over the last 48 hours is I've listened to like every podcast available to me, and they were talking about it, and I didn't. That was the concern that was being raised consistently: is who goes if somebody comes in. I don't think they do, to be fair, Fraz. I don't know if Waters can do the same. I agree, but Waters was brought in not with the same pedigree, and to be the backup, the guy who ran for some cup matches and maybe came in upon called upon. So fingers crossed he's able to get you through it. It'll be interesting. And Fraz, I'll double back on that one to you. When I didn't get to see Palmer in the first half, right? Because we'd only started to stream the games out here in December, January-ish. So for me, the issue with Palmer has always been, and people have said this, his second half last season was not nearly as productive or as his first half. And so I haven't seen Ollie at his best. And so I'm curious, is this just a continuation of last year? Or was there a downward trend? And this is who Ollie is now. The season will tell us. I don't have enough to say one way or the other, but I'm hoping that he's able to get to his first half numbers. Yeah, I'm looking at this delay, and it is we may be here for a while. And with an excessive heat warm, that's got to be humid as all. Got the Doppler right now. They have it certainly looks like the front isn't close when I. There's the screen. For all that want to on it, you've got Chester up here. This is as of 10 minutes ago. That's still some distance. I'm saying that's 30, 40 minutes before it's through and gets through the heavy rain. I don't think any of that stadium is under cover except the higher stands. Not, if I recall correctly, from what I saw in the first half, the bottom of our tier is uncovered. Oh man, I missed that. Was there really a chant of Be amazing. Oh, my screen's frozen, has it? Here. Can you hear me now? I can hear myself in the ears, and my light says I'm blue. No, it's I wasn't muted. It's my system, and what I was saying was it's one of the frustrations with this software that I've had is not only does it lose if I end up minimizing my box, but I also get lost when I stream. Apparently, and so that's frustrating. Glad you guys were there to help us out. We've added some more people, maybe from the tweet, maybe just people looking for something to do while they're waiting for the rain delay and the thunderstorm to pass. But welcome. The chat is there. We're getting into things. I don't know what you heard and what you didn't hear. Good stuff. So sort of frustrating, I guess, with the loans, but I still remain the eternal optimist. I like the idea of running the guys that we have out. I think that, I don't think we're going to run to the top of the table. But if we do, that's exceptional. Mullen coming back and us being at the top, that's great. But I think even without Mullen, we're no worse than a mid-table team. So let's take our lumps and let's take some wins and write a really good season 3, because the best thing that could happen for us is that this document keeps going for years and years and years and keeps pumping in money and keeps everybody going. Because what if that documentary resource disappears? There's some revenue losses, whether they are taking directly to from the the game or not. From the documentary, it'd be in our best interest for that to be out there to continue to capture and inspire and bring people to Wrexham and all of the sales and intrigue that come with it. So let's hope that this Mellon injury is just a beautiful football gods writing a script that will drive League Two fans crazy. And that's what I'm looking forward to. And I'll be the optimist. More and more people eking in. This is epic, Andrew. And so there's a question. Months in, if let's earmark it to what people are suggesting will be worst case scenario. Mullen here for 2 months. Where do we see ourselves at the end of 2 months? Are we going to be eking in around the promotion playoff spot? Are we going to be near the top of the table? I'm saying as long as we come out of that, no worse than we're in a good situation to start the push. And I do think that there's a legitimate opportunity. We're going to have to get our goals from set pieces like O'Connor's goal earlier. The cross, the set pieces. That's where we've got to have some success. Hayden and Boyle, they're going to have to grab a couple more than last year. So Andrew thinks top 6. W&G says definitely in the playoffs. So I say let's give it a run and see where we end up going. I'm curious, Brendan, did you hear that from Coventry fans on Twitter? And what from away presence? Is that away presence of the club or away presence of the fans? But yeah, Andrew, I am absolutely with you that I think without Mullen, we're mid-table at worst. And if that's the case and it's 2 months, I don't think we need to bring anybody in. We'll talk in September. And if we're frustrated and suggesting that was the dumbest mistake we've ever made and there's been no gelling with the team, but these are guys that are connected and these are guys that, have gone through the battles together. I'll put my faith in them to run what they need to run. Yeah, Hayden and Boyle at the end of Tozer bombs, O'Connor service delivery, like set pieces are going to be big for us during the break. I do think that we're going to be a little less direct, but that's not a bad thing as far as our forwards go. Like, Barnett different. He's going to just truck up the right side as he does. But I think a little bit less direct. Maybe it's just Coventry. And they're just not as loud. But lots of stories to see and unplay this year. Obviously now with the Mullen injury, I'm looking forward to seeing the Cop actually progressively get further along as the season happens and being able to watch that from game to game that's played in the race course and to see how that all transpires. I'm curious to see what Jacko gets as a tribute. Starting to learn about some of the fan figureheads that have been connected to the club. Oh, have I been saying Barnett instead of Barnett? I try. I'm going to get it wrong. I'm going to pronounce Gillingham all season long. I'm sure of it. It's hard to get rid of some of those terms and phrases that come across all the time. My wife, at least I know oat and note now and how it's applied. What do you want from the store? Note. Nothing. How did that become a thing? Barnett has been surprisingly good. Actually, not a name that I circled as somebody who I was expecting to get really a jump from in play. But if anybody has taken these 4 games and sort of turned it and said, I've got this. O'Connor with the set pieces, I don't remember being as good last year, and Barnett around down the right side. Yeah, the stream is down for everybody. We're waiting on a thunderstorm to go through here, DAFGW. So I'll go up because I've got it still singing in my ear saying it's delayed for weather event. I'm going to hit in advance another 15 minutes on the Doppler. So the rain, according to the Doppler, the heavy part of rain has just passed over Chester. Yeah, I roster management and roster control is certainly at this point beyond my expertise. I'm just concerned if we jump now, who do we end up losing out either by having to send out on a loan or else or moving. I guess it can't be entirely, but you can only have so many people on your list, as I understand. So note, not note, oat. I just think I remember going to Leeds and laughing that it was actually all recycling the recycling bins, plastic. I was like, seriously, what else is there? Yorkshire. Yeah, it's a weird one to put stock into, right? Because that's a Pizza Cup match. I think it's Newcastle United is the academy team that we get. That Man U game was a Pizza Cup match. And I'm not sure how much I can take away without Mullen being there as to what it meant. I think that we're going to find out very early on, not so much the Wigan game, because that's obviously a League One squad, but the Dons are a solid club. They're expected to be one of the teams that's challenging to be, the 10, 12 teams that are looking towards getting promotion. They'll be in it. And the Dons are a team that don't score a lot and they don't give up a lot. So I'm curious to see. Try note. So I'm curious to see how that's going to transpire. I think we'll get a very early barometer from that game as to sort of where we're at in a temporarily Mullen-less club. If it was longer than 2 months, I'm absolutely with you that a replacement is necessary. At the 2-month mark, it's pushing the limits. Just I don't want to lose anybody else like off the list. If we're gonna if we assume that we're gonna bring somebody in for Mullen, who are we taking off of our roster right now that we can say in no shape, way, form do they fit? And I can't look at the roster and say there's a reason to get rid of that person. Somebody can certainly sell me on it, and what it maybe it means is Bickerstaff, who's still back in Wrexham, may end up getting more of an opportunity to run too. Although he needs some first team minutes, I think, and we shall. Okay, McAlinden. Hosanna was on my list as well, although he's one of the more fit guys. I won the bleep test, which also I will love as far as changes between North American and English. I call it the bleep test now because we call it the beep test, but the fact it turned into an expletive, way better. The odd thing is, and I wondered this, is because Rob and Ryan have been pushing the United thing so much, is if there was to be a loan that was to come from any team above, who did I see prior to the Man U game it coming from? It was probably going to be Man U. You've got geographical proximity. You've got Rob and Ryan with their promotional stuff. And I was like, it could be lining up to have a loan that comes from Man U to us, even though Parkey sort of distanced himself from the ideas of loans. But that's good to know, Dave. Like I said, I was only listening. This was a conversation that was on two of the 4 podcasts I was listening to heading up to Kelowna, British Columbia, and back for the 9-hour drive time that I had over the last 2 days. Is that there was a conversation of if we bring people in with the roster limits, they anticipated somebody was going to have to go out. I haven't checked it. I thought if that's the case, who would be? So, but I'm hoping you're right there for sure. Yeah, I'm leaning that way, Andrew, and I wasn't there before. Is that I do think that Waters is going to be the guy who gets the run. And then it's just dependent on whether it's Dalby or Palmer with him. Brought him in for a reason. The first 2 games, I don't think he played particularly well. I think he did in the added time he had. So Brennan, I think that there was an intention beforehand that he was going to go to Sunderland, even after, like, he was going to go on the tour with Man U and then go out on loan to Sunderland. I haven't seen a message whether that's happened. I don't know if he's gone elsewhere, but there was an expectation that they were going to get him more minutes in a lower league. It was why I called out on a tweet that wouldn't it be awesome if the third round of a cup ended up having a Sunderland away fixture with him as the goaltender, or home fixture, him having to survive. I guess I don't think Wrexham fans would boo like North American fans do, but I think that you guys would be on him harder with the chants and the heckles. But I think just for the drama, again, football gods writing the script. It would be pretty impressive to see it. I'm hoping to get an idea here where we're at, because if I continue to watch the Doppler as it reports, and we're now into the yellow, well out of the red, and about 10 minutes of being into the green. I think it's going to rain for a while. 10, 15 minutes to being in the green. We're not going to get out of the rain entirely, so I think they're going to be starting to get the guys ready, would be my expectation. Continuing to add more people and lose people as we chat, so feel free to contribute as we're going through the discussions here. We were just talking about if there was somebody who, whether loan or had to be shipped out, who would it be? McLendon's been put out there. Who would I end up? I don't even know. I still think it'd have to be Hosanna. To me, he's got all the tools. He doesn't, maybe not enough game time. Go blown him out and get some more minutes if that's the option for you, or deal with it. He's got all the paces. He's fit as all hell. I haven't liked what I've seen so far, and I think that may be a consequence of not getting enough minutes. So I'll put my 2 cents out there and say potentially it's Hosanna. Bryce. I don't. Fraz, do you think? Because I was with you actually. That thought would go if Leighton came back, but so Leighton's got an injury history that's well known and well documented. Howard is 40, so you're going to have to give him a reprieve. If you bring in a young person who would have been optimal, you've got great people to learn from. What would we do if somebody went down? And so I think that Howard as a cover there made sense. Sort of unfortunate as necessary because of Leighton's injuries, and I hope Leighton doesn't have those injuries. But I think we had to have that cover. I do know the answer to this question, Andrew, from reading the regulations as a part of the academy research I was doing. Is in League 4, it's only one. It's 2 homegrown players, or club developed players. 2 club developed players in League 1. It's only 1, and so it's 24 maximum, and then you get 1 more, and that doesn't include the 21-year-olds if you end up needing to use them or want to. Well, first off, David, welcome, and thanks for joining in on the chat. It's an interesting question, and I'm going to suggest that you might be from Wales just based on the idea of cutting recovery time, because I would suggest in North America it's not the player's choice. It's usually the club. But like I said, I'm okay with not a losing run. I don't think we're going to be that bad even without him. I don't think wheels have completely fallen off this bus by any stretch of the imagination. So if that's accurate, then we're going to be mid-table at worst, as Andrew and I are talking about. So to me, I'm okay with that as a worst-case scenario. We'll find out if we're wrong on a go forward. So yeah, I think that all makes sense. I'd love to get Max into the lineup more, but I was going through our center backs and going, who do we put there? And I don't have an answer to the question. And here's another one is Luke Young's been on them. Have we seen him at all this preseason? I don't recall him being in any roster. He wasn't in tonight. And as I go through things, I don't remember seeing Luke get any minutes. And so I don't know if that's because of injury. I don't know if that's because of just he feels fit enough. I don't know if that's because Luke's 30, which isn't too old, and they're trying to protect him. So I'm not sure if you guys have heard anything up for Luke, but I haven't seen him in any of them. Oof. Yeah, well, I've been trapped in a car or a tow truck because of a broken. So I haven't been Twitter to find out that it's 4 broken. I'm less worried about the broken ribs than I am the punctured lung as far as his recovery time. And that's only from there was actually one physician that was commenting and actually got it all right as to what the anticipated injuries were. So I'm just going to tweet Mo ends up landing. A Philly fan zone Flinny just said Mullen broke 4 ribs and punctured a lung. So a fan reported that. I don't know if anybody else has. Okay, I got it. And to be fair, I was looking at it. There's as far as original players that were before the pre-Ryan takeover, I think there was only 3, and most 4. So it's Bickerstaff, Davies, Luke Young, and Leighton. So that would Leighton and Young are the only people that were brought in that were actually playing with the club from the pre-R&R days. So I can anticipate some of that'll happen, and we've got the new captains happening there. So 35 years of Wrexham. I'm kind of envious of that. I mean, thanks, David. I got that. I just I appreciate you being here, and it's nice to have you, and also especially because of the Wrexham connection. And I was only saying it was interesting to me that you said Mullen may go back because I think that in North American sports we don't put the onus on the player. So I thought, well, maybe it's a football thing, and so it still may be. I always find, and now I can't even remember I had bruising in the intercostal portion of the ribs. Is that the term? And I remember how painful that is. But it went away. I've never broken anything. But it seems to me everybody you talk to is a different experience. Some people are like worst pain ever, but went away in a week and I was fine. Some people are like consistent nagging, sometimes fully encompassing. And then for you, painful upon recovery. I mean, it's roll the dice here is where I see with it. So I actually sat down after listening to everybody, Brendan, talking about Cannon and who's going to be in the midfield, who's going to be in the back, and there's enough case to be made with lots of people, and I guess that's a positive thing. There's cover everywhere. There's potentially tactics come into it. You're playing the MK-ons and just looking at their statistics from last year and assuming that everything's the same. You're going to want a team that's going to play direct. So maybe we end up seeing a different starting 11 like almost every different game just because of matchups. It'll be fascinating to watch anyway. I appreciate it. A little bit of confidence, and maybe it was the second beverage or something. Maybe to have. Hopefully, got into that. It's awesome to have you here, Amanda's husband. L- Lee's a must. Yep. O'Connor's a must. Can I make a case for anybody else? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I can. James, I think Cannon's over James. Um, Jordan Davies still, I think, has to show more, but certainly could potentially be there. It's interesting when you go through the list on transfer market as they differentiate between attacking and defensive midfielders, and they've got it only listed as having one attacking midfielder, and that being Lee. And then Thomas O'Connor is Tom's a defensive midfielder. I would have anticipated they would have just put him as a center midfielder, but maybe it's his quality as a. I mean, the right side too. You got Barnett, and then I assume it's going to be Barnett first, Ford second, and then you've got Hosanna that's going to be. Yeah, the right side's a little bit more curious for me as to be lined up. I'm just going to run it and see what ends up happening. Wayne, I got it, Wayne. Well, I think, and Andrew, I think it's Jordan Davies just being overlooked because he's 24. Um, and how many games did he get into? He got 4 last season, and he played in 12 league games, 3 cup, and he subbed in for 15 total. So 15 games started, 15 games as a sub. Have we really seen enough to say that he has the capacity to usurp the people that are presently there? I don't know. And you guys are going so fast, I have to scroll up to get rid of things. Scousers. Liverpool, yeah, the accent, the people that you can't understand when you listen to them, or at least I can't. Uh, again, for Wayne and for Andrew, that's the curse of trying to catch up on the club, where we watch the documentary, we fall in love, we end up joining last year, we're Griffiths, but we can only hear what we can hear, and then we start streaming in December, January, and so a lot of our bias, as much as I'm trying to get it from the stats and from talking to people, is but if a player was injured and they weren't playing as much, or Palmer with the decline over the season, you end up drawing affinity to different players able to see performing at that level on a short term but consistent basis for that short term. So that's where the questions are for Davies, and just his age. Oh, Dale, you're a brave man. Jumping onto jumping onto competitive podcasts to end up biting. I don't think I'd have the tolerance or the patience for that. Spoiled by the rich. Were as far as League Two goes, I'm not suggesting that these 25 guys are going to be able to take a run at the bottom of the Premier League in any way, shape, or form. But I still like the guys, and this is what when I talk to everybody, Who would you get rid of? I can see multiple different positions. I think that there is, when we've been talking about trying to get somebody in who's been superb, but that there have been better others that have been better. It's impressive. So your YouTube search every 30. Wow. See, I do that on Twitter, and that's why the limits had me concerned for the longest time, because I was like, I'm not going to be able to search any Wrexham news. And hey, while I'm doing this, guys, if you are watching on YouTube and you've got that little subscribe button and you haven't clicked it, it's a moment to have a punch on that. It's interesting to get monetized on YouTube. You need to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 viewing hours. My viewing hours, I'm getting close to the 25% threshold which is odd. They always say it's the hours that is the difficult part, but it's the subscriptions that are lagging behind. So subscribing would be awesome. Yeah, Wayne, I don't doubt that at all, because it's been consistent and it's been the message delivered. And to be fair, saw bits and pieces of it in the documentary. And then it was, once we connected, it was whether it was a niggling injury problem, whether it was whether it was a decline, who knows? But there was talk that he sort of fell off of his pace. But for us, eyes on, it was 12 to 20 games. That's what we saw, right? So I'm hoping he can find his form. The preseason, I don't think he really has. He's had one scoring chance, and it was that soft header that he missed in the preseason, the second preseason game, or no, not the second preseason, the first match against Chelsea, where Waters had the ball in his feet and Palmer had the chance for the header and didn't get it. Other than that chance, has he really been sniffing around? I don't know. So I'm hoping he gets it up. If you're right and he steps up, I will happily buy you a beer and we can talk about it, and I'll give you a cheers and all of the adoration and recognition of your wisdom. If he steps up, I will definitely take that without any complaint. Franchise FC. That's the MK Dons. I mean, Milton Keynes, fascinating town. That's like the stuff that you talked about back in the day, in the 40s and 50s, with the pop-up towns. The fact that they built just a stadium and then went out and found a club and said and canvassed a couple and then basically pillaged Wimbledon and brought them over. If you build it, they will come. But this wasn't just a cornfield, and if you build it, we will come. It's going to be a massive stadium, and it's new development. No history. I do think that sometime, if I would like to do away games in Milton Keynes and in Swindon and compare the two computer museums. I've been trying to review tourism's videos about the different away towns to find out what else is there to do in these towns other than football. Not a lot going on in Swindon town. The second one on Yelp is like a computer museum that's set up in a mall. It looks like. I'm gonna go back and have to replay it so I can remember exactly what I said. I was in court on, oh God, it's Friday. Yesterday, I guess, is when it was. And in my reply, I ended up something in my head. I was like, I am not going to be able to say anything better than that. And so I was like, I've got one more area I need to cover. Should I cover it? And I just was like, no, I'm shutting up. It was like one of those things where I was like, I have to leave on that. I can't. It's going to be my only glory moment that I'm going to have. That's what I'm learning is Swindon, of all of the League Two towns, I'm thinking Swindon's the least desirable as a tourist destination. I'm curious if maybe just for fun, if there's a Tranmere fan who's going to watch this, I'll say it's Tranmere. And Franchise FC. It is a great name. And Bradford being called Attendance FC. But all teams that I think we're going to build rivalries with, Swindon's not going to be a bad club as much as the town might have some issues. Bradford's always sniffing around the top. MK Dons will be there. Doncaster spending money, although I haven't been that impressed with their transfer stuff. It's going to be a fascinating season. Knots will be up there. Gillingham. Imagine if you were a hotel owner during COVID in Wrexham and things are suffering and you're like, I'm not going to be able to put this together. And so you sell your assets off to somebody on at a cut rate to what you would normally get, just so you can get out and preserve your interests. And then you see what's happening now with people coming over and tourism dollars being funneled in and the boom that's happening. That's the other thing with the 75 international members is it's an opportunity. I'm a very different spender than when I go overseas. Like I'm going to try everything on the menu in the concession when I go there. So that's good to know. I haven't gone back to the Doppler for a while. Let's run this and see where we're at. Yeah, I still have us listed in, and they can play in some rain. So hopefully they get back at it. Might have to go and talk to the boss because I told her it'd be an hour. Because it's going to be kid bath time here. I'm going to have to come up with a plan of attack. So I'll leave you guys for just a second. I'm going to go. Hey guys, and Dale, I got it mixed up. I know that you said that your Donnie game. I'm actually going to the away game. I anticipate is the one that I'm heading to. So interesting. And I'm just looking at the time here. It's now we're getting in dangerously close to kids' bedtime. And I thought I was going to have to get this. I'll send an offer. And Brendan, if you're interested, because we've done this before, I'm happy to do it. If anybody else is, and somebody wanted to spearhead the chat, by going on camera and having some stuff. I'll be on and off for a while here, but I might end up having to mute myself because the joy of moving into the rental facility after the fire is the bathtubs in our room only for the munchkins. So there's no way for me to avoid things. I need the light on, bud, as I'm starting to get leaked into as the kids are coming in and getting ready for bedtime. So if somebody is interested in doing that, Brendan or otherwise, I'm happy to do it. I'm hoping we don't have to shut it off. Oh, Dale, I had a condo fire. I'm talking to people, so I need you to be quiet, please. I had a condo fire 25th of last year, and so there's rebuilding. So we plan to be in 6 months' time. So this is not my home. This is not the setup. I haven't designed all sort of the Wrexham materials because I'm in somebody else's house as we're renting, and then we'll be moving on. It's been a fascinating year for us with between the fire and then other things. It's life. Every single one of us goes through their things. We just seem to get a couple of them in short order this year. I absolutely have the time if you're interested, and I can even send out the else if they're interested. It's easy for me. I can just go like this, and if you're happy, Brendan, I can send it through the previous chat that we were doing before and get you in, and then I can keep it running with me in the background. And if you're willing to do that, that would be massive. Yeah, it was a fun experience. I mean, I had my 2.5-year-old, and we were running towards the fire down the fire escape, and him sitting there. I think he was getting worried that I was didn't realize there was a big fire in front of us, but it was the only way to get down the exit. And having a 2.5-year-old being like, "Dad, that fire is hot," and then you're getting closer. "Dad, that fire is hot," and then you get closer. "Dad, fire is hot." I was like, "I got it. We're good. We're okay." So it's been cause of fire was mental illness. It was a condo building, and one of the women was unfortunately declining mental health, and they were assessing whether she could live by her own, and she'd become a hoarder over time, and we don't know exactly what happened, whether she was fire, whether she was having a cigarette, whether she was cooking with a butane stove, but it lit, and because there was lots of fuel, it just went up way faster than anything could have happened. It's unfortunate, and more unfortunate she's passed since then, not as a consequence of the fire, but because of the consequence of the mental illness. And so it's an unfortunate situation for pretty much, but we're on the bright side. We're 6 months away from being back home, and that's why we're excited. So I'm going to send you, Brendan, the link here if I can just get into here. If I can send out a message to anybody, it's have a scram bag close to the front. When we weren't really, you don't anticipate things are going to happen. 10 at night, you realize you got to get out. It would have been really helpful to have that scram bag. And that's the one thing I tell people all the time is learn from me and don't make the same silly mistake. I don't know if that's the right stream. Yeah, I think it is. So Brendan, you should have that now on your chat if you see it. Oh, I see that you've seen it. So feel free to join in, and when you get here, I'll add you. I've taken off of the overlays today. I'll have to improve my branding. This is where they should have a pronunciation option, because I'll just get that wrong. Oh wow! There's a. I see that you're there, Brendan. I'll just bring you in a second here. I don't know if you guys are on Twitter, but there's a Twitter account called @CoffeeBreak, break spelled BRAKE, @CoffeeBreak Live, that 23 minutes ago was showing the rain that was coming down in Chester, and that was no joke. And somebody's saying the delay could be 2 hours. So I'll bring Brendan in because you got a lead on things. I'm assuming you're ready to go there. You got a thumbs up for me if you're listening. All right, I'll bring you in. And did I freeze? I see that you should be there, but I see that you didn't pop up on my screen.
No, I don't know. It doesn't look like I'm on
yet. Oh. Now this is odd. We've worked on this, or I have, and now you're on, but I'm off. It's not letting me do two at a time. So Brendan, you've got control of the channel because I'm not able to feature.
Okay. Sorry. I wish I knew I was going to be a superstar today. I would have done my hair.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just gonna click around a little bit here to figure out why it's not me go into the two screens here. The joys of let's go to design. Something tried. I'm gonna try to reload the page because it shouldn't be doing this. Now we've got both of you.
There we go.
And if I click the chat here, make sure that it loads up and bring everybody back in. I don't have a chat stream up. Do you have a chat stream up on your end, Brandon?
I do, yeah.
Page unresponsive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's telling me to reload again.
I think that might just be your interface. Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, too much power, maybe? Okay, I've got it. That overlays up and all is back and connected and normal. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. I know you said it before. I think it's, by the way, I think you do a great job, obviously, Sean. But you had mentioned before, it's great to see so many Wrexham people in the chat, especially tonight. It's nice being an American that doesn't know a ton about the game, comparatively to the true football fans over in Wales and England. And I throw out ignorant comments, and it's great to be educated and get the background that the other people are chiming in with. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I've been a fan of the people that have joined in because obviously I have admitted. I think you've just essentially said the same thing. Is there's just things that we don't know, but we're desperate to learn, and it hasn't been you're plastic, you can't know. It's been here's the answer and figure it out. So that's certainly been
very welcoming. Very welcoming.
Yeah. Makes it easy to join in and fall in love with the mob or with the team when the mob is being supported. So, Weatherspoons. You know that I've never been to Weatherspoons, although I've heard numerous songs about it and been told many stories. And it's the one place I haven't gone. I will say I miss Toby Carvery's, the Carvery, Toby, Carvery's in North America, or at least in Canada, where you show up and they've got all the meat that's set up to be it's like a buffet, but with more meat. And I was like, why you would have thought that somebody who would say it's a buffet with more meat would have immediately sold to all of the entire population of the United States and Canada. But for whatever reason, we don't have those Carveries.
Well, it's interesting. We're obviously here with all the diehards, considering what time in the morning it is over in Wales, right?
Oh yeah, it's got to be already approaching 2:45. I guess it would be in the morning. Is that what it is?
Yeah. What's the fuel of choice?
Jesus.
What's the beer over there that a good Welshman drinks? Is it Double Dragon? Is it that Purple Moose stuff? I've been looking to find out what beers I should try if I can get them. here in the States.
Yeah, I'm curious. I know that in Yorkshire it was Carlings all over the place that I ended up finding, and lots of, it was name brand beer. There's not a lot of craft beer, and I'm assuming in Massachusetts it's the same as here. Samuel Adams, yeah, okay, that's a Massachusetts beer, but I don't know if craft beer is as big in Massachusetts as it has become over here in Western Canada in the last 5-10 years. Everybody's got craft beer. Hasn't taken off in the UK, or at least in England.
Wrexham lager, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Guinness,
I have Guinness in the fridge.
Wrexham.
Yeah. I know it's not supposed to be in the fridge.
Old habits. Hey, I don't know if I told you, like, we ruin lagers in Canada by adding Clamato juice to it. You don't have Clamato juice down in the United States.
No.
But it's taking Clamato juice. It sounds horrible. It's tomato juice, but with clam broth added, like, and so it's called Clamato juice. And we take that and we add that to our lagers.
Yeah, you kill French fries too, which they call chips.
Poutine.
You douse them in all sorts of garbage.
That's delicious.
Oh,
Poutine is God's gift to the world. And for anybody who's ever in Leeds, there's an amazing poutine place that you can get good stuff from Leeds. Good poutine in Leeds. That's our national dish. You can't criticize poutine. So hold on a second. Amanda and Andrew are having an important debate here. Wrexham lager has improved, and then it has changed.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
How's that recipe changed? Dale, everybody I talk to says Clamato sounds horrible, and it's not. It's a national drink here. It's an identity. Caesars, we don't drink Bloody Marys, we drink Caesars, and it's basically Clamato juice instead of tomato juice, but everything else is the same, and it is phenomenal. I'm not making it up. Less people drink it with beer, but Caesars are ever. And they can Sainsbury's in the UK sells Clamato juice. So if anybody ever wants to try it, I'm happy to guide them through how to add Clamato. Hey, Red Dragons, you got to make your beer red, right? It should be a national thing, a Wrexham thing, a North Welsh thing.
Did they give you?
So they did change the recipe.
Of choices in the race course grounds for beer, or is it a limited set of choices? It's really strange because in the U.S. we're allowed to drink at the games in our seats. Do you at least get to drink in the concourse, right? You can go back under the stands and drink as many as you can during the halftime. Is that how it goes?
They'd have to answer that for you, because I know that I went to a game in Doncaster. I've been to a couple of games in Doncaster. And I was surprised that the drinking options were infrequent. In fact, I think that's why Rob and Ryan got in trouble during that one game where they had the beer as he was displaying it from the booth, and they don't drink during the game. And that's Amanda just said.
You can't drink during games at all?
During the games. And so I think you have to run out and pound through, and that's why you go in maybe a 3/4 cut.
Yeah.
Goes back to violence and the whole home and away thing. So,
do they have cameras on?
You can drink in the concourse, though, Amanda, or at least the rush to the pub before and after. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic for me. The whole, and it's not just an English thing, although it started with hooliganism, but the necessity for the home and away stuff. It's really limited to one sport, and I've always been wondering about the psychological reasons for that. Like I've sat in Calgary. Vancouver was the biggest rival for Vancouver for years. Sat in their stadiums and I've watched brawls happen and all that sort of stuff, but we drink and we chirp and we get into it, but it's very rare for the fisticuffs to fly. Yeah. And I get, that's the statement I've heard before too, Amanda, is it's tribal. I guess the question I have is why, and how did it get so tribal? And B, even if it is tribal, are there not still limits on tribalism and just natural ones?
I have an interesting theory on that.
Go for it.
So back about 20, 30 years ago in the U.S., the prices to get into all sporting events, all pro sporting events, were reasonable and cheap. They always had seats that anybody could afford, no matter how much they were making.
Right.
Although they'd be considered nosebleed seats way up there. So the people that you got in there were true fans, very passionate, and they would get into fights. They're so passionate about their sport. Nowadays, you see people going to these games, and to sit at courtside at a basketball game is $20,000 a seat at a Laker game or some of the other professional basketball stadiums. So at those rates, you're getting people who want to be seen. You're not looking at true fans who even know any of the players out there. And you're just not likely to get them to be all flustered and want to fight someone with a different jersey. I wonder if that's what's kind of happened to the American stadiums and fandom. There's less fighting because there's no true passionate fans in the arenas.
It could be. I mean, I'm more of a passive fan when it comes to some sports, right? Like when it comes to gridiron football or NBA basketball, I'll jump on the Raptor when it's appropriate, and then I've been known to disappear for a season. But with hockey, you can get on and off, and that's, to me, for Canadians, hockey, it's our sport, it's our passion. I think we get fired up as anybody does, internationally and for domestic competition. But I still throw down and it's rare. It's not impossible, but it's more rare for it to happen. I know that when my wife went to a hockey game for the first time, she thought it was fascinating that we were all sitting together. But something for a later day, I guess, for that conversation. Yeah,
that's like to hear that they're throwing bricks at our buses, the Wrexham buses. Look at me calling it our buses.
Yeah, it's just like a temporary loss of insanity that's justified because it's happened in the past. That's how people tend to just accept it as it is what it is, how did it get to be this way? Because we don't act like that in any other event, and we tell our kids you got to play nice in the playground, even if you don't get along with people.
Yeah, I thought the Americans were the violent ones.
Andrew's saying he got into a Liverpool game for a quid, under 16. Back in
How do they stop Wrexham fans from getting? So, presuming that we sell out the allocation at some of the smaller stadiums, and you can't get in, and you know that they have poor attendance, and you want to try to go and sneak into the regular area, do they check where you're from to whether or not they'll sell you a ticket to get in, or as long as you don't have Wrexham kit on, do they let you in? How do you get around that?
See, I don't know. I know that my plan is, if I can't get away allocation for the game in Doncaster, where Wrexham's away in Donny, I'm going to get a home ticket and just not wear Wrexham stuff. I don't know what I don't see. Yes, it will suck, but I've gone to a number of games in Doncaster and sat in the home section, and it's like a church in there anyway.
But you can't open your mouth. Yeah. You can't go. Yeah.
But
oh crap.
Fair enough. But I can pretend to be the stupid Canadian.
You can wear a hockey helmet.
Yeah, I'll just put on a red hockey jersey or something, and they're like, I just thought everybody wore sports stuff to your games. So I know that, yeah, David, gates are specified, but I guess the question is even getting tickets at the outset. I know that you buy your ticket allocation from the club directly for the away allocation, but what's to prevent somebody who's not able to get the away allocation? Not so much Wrexham, because we sell out, but I think what Brendan is saying is, for Brad, tons and tons of seating available at their stadium, what's to stop somebody from not buying the Wrexham allocation and just being a Wrexham supporter who secretly buys from the Bradford allocation and maybe just zips their lips and sits in the seats? Like, you have to show your ID when you go in. So far less fun.
Yeah.
But doable.
Yeah, no singing.
Well, let's. There's not a lot of. I won't be a lot of singing if I'm in the home section. So I'm going to go. I know that we're still waiting on the season to or waiting to see if we're going to get back here. I'm going to put you, Brendan, back in charge of. I'll take this off the single screen and remove myself. And if you're happy to just conduct yourself, I'll try and check in everyone. Shut it down if everybody disappears. But we've been maintaining. I don't believe on your screen that you can see how many people are watching on the streams.
I flip over. There's 8 now.
Yeah. Okay. So if it starts to wane, by all means, feel free to say the goodbyes. It's mostly we're here now for that are chatting, and hopefully we get back on it. But I think at some point there'll be a circumstance where it looks like it's not going to happen. And if that happens, by all means, shut her down when you need to. And I shouldn't be too much. I'll make sure I mute it so they don't hear the kids screaming and yelling as they go through the nighttime routine. So if I don't get a chance for everybody that was here, sorry that the second half didn't work out. Thank you so much for joining. This one was more and more fun. We're adding slowly as we go through it, and lots of people chatting. I appreciate those of you from the US that joined and from Wrexham who contributed, and a special shout out to my man from Belleville. It's nice. I think that is the first Canadian who's joined me, so that's a little added connection for me. Maybe we'll start shooting for Aussies and Kiwis next. And I'm gonna head and do what I need to do, and we'll be back, I guess, for the game against the MK Dons. So that's gonna be exciting. So thanks so much for taking over. I appreciate it. I will. That's at one more beer I owe you, and upwards and onwards.
All right, take it easy. Yes, I'm a 5'4" female. Wow. Yeah, so I've worn my Wrexham shirt for the first 3 games, and then I cursed us by not wearing it tonight. I was running around trying to get everything working last second, and then I didn't put my shirt on. So I'll take the blame. We were teasing Andrew earlier because he called out when Man U was going to score, and I think we were worried that he was going to jinx us and get some players hurt. So when I looked at the weather, it looked like they're just the thunderstorms are just passing right now. There is some rain, and it looks like it's going to be raining at least for the next hour, but it doesn't look all that heavy. So I'm hoping that they'll get right back on and start playing shortly. There's plenty of sports that they play in American that the stadiums are uncovered and it's snowing and sleeting when they play football. So, maybe because it's so hot out, the American fans aren't dressed in a way that they feel comfortable getting rained on, but I'm thinking that they'll probably start it back up unless there's some restriction that the teams don't want to go back out there or something. I don't know. So how good's Wigan? The second game, that I thought that team's a little bit in turmoil. That we might have a really good shot at doing well. I mean, obviously, last year I thought we looked excellent against Coventry and Sheffield, so in both games. We tailed off at the end, maybe in the second Sheffield game, but overall, we're pretty much running the same team up there. I'm thinking we should be able to hold our own for a couple of rounds. Yeah. I wonder how many of the fans that are there have watched the documentary and they don't understand the game, so they don't cheer, they don't do it. It is pretty impressive when you're watching a Wrexham game and you're hearing chants and cheers and songs the whole time. That's not something that you typically see in American sports. Um, there's a lot of cheering and yelling, especially in basketball and football and hockey, but not very much in a coordinated chanting or song kind of way. I find it really interesting, that difference. Yeah, you just hear defense and claps, and they'll in basketball they'll try to distract the shooters. That they'll understand the personal history of some of the people, and they'll say some stuff they probably shouldn't, and end up getting thrown out of the stadium for taunting the players by talking about their families and all sorts of nasty stuff. They definitely get into it, but there's nothing that's really coordinated about it. Yeah, American fan culture is not European, definitely. I mean, I would say this. I just think that there's more people, at least that show up to the stadiums, that are extremely passionate fans. There are some really passionate football fans for their teams. They're stripped down and they have their bodies painted, and it'll be -20 and they'll be out there shirtless, screaming, all decked out for every single game. There's plenty of people that are very passionate in America, but you don't typically fill a whole stadium the way they do in Europe for football, and everyone there has that same level of passion. Yeah, so Wigan, yeah, I thought Wigan wasn't in great shape this year. I don't know, what do you guys think, if you want to throw it in chat, with Mullen gone, if they don't get somebody on loan, if they decide not to do anything, where do you think we end up? Like, let's say Mullen comes back in January 1st. Are we going to be too far behind at that point? Are we going to still creep into the playoffs? Or do you think we can still get in the top 3 in auto promotion? So when you say that, Wayne, about him being out, do you think it's not going to impact the team, or you don't think he's going to be out that long? Yeah, I mean, I'm not so worried about the goals, as he just seems to be so disruptive. He draws double teams. He's always running in behind. He has great instincts to know when to make that run, and he seems to be in such sync with Lee and Palmer and everything. If anybody else, even if they were a very good goal scorer, they don't have that chemistry. So I just think we're taking a big hit with him, other than just the fact that he's a goal scorer. I also don't know. I mean, I don't know that penalty shots are all that difficult. I'm curious who will end up taking them. I don't know if they'll go to Lee. He seems to strike the ball really solid. I don't know who they put in as their penalty taker either. You like Palmer? You think he disrupts a lot? Okay. So, I like that Parky said we were going into this season and that we had enough, and he didn't want to rock the boat and bring in a lot. But if he thought we have enough with this team to get into League One, which I would guess we probably do, then is next year the year you make big changes? Because are we also good enough to get out of League One into Championship? That I'm not as sure about. And if he waits till we're in League One or going into League One to start making massive changes, will he lose a lot of the chemistry? Like, wouldn't it be good to start getting some big names in here and get them on board and help them understand how things are at Wrexham and get them used to everything? Wouldn't that be better than bringing in 5 transfers as starters in League One and then 5 more when you go into the Championship? I don't know. I was thinking, like, this gives them the opportunity with Mullen down to go, we have to do something, and now they splurge and they get they get another striker that's a big name. I don't know. You think they'll wait till League One? You think? Yeah. Davies takes penalties? Is he going to be in the game? Yeah, I know Lee takes them. Cannon takes them? I didn't know that. Yeah, David, it's a gradual process, but if they wait till League One, are you thinking that we don't jump out of League One? Like, do you think we'd be good enough to go through League One? Or do you think we'd make some changes and be in League One for a year or 2 or 3 and make 2 or 3 starter changes a year? Yeah, I hear you. When I look around, when I see all the people that are available, those sites where they list off all the potential transfers, it's a lot to take in, a lot of numbers that don't necessarily make a ton of sense to me. So I don't even know how to grade those guys. I do look at the transfer windows, and you want a guy that has experience, but do you really want to be bringing in 28 or 29-year-olds that are starting maybe to tail off, depending on the position they play, at 30 and 31? Is that when they start tailing off? Because that's what happens in a lot of the American sports. Once they hit 30, the speed quickness players all start to lose a step. And if that's what they rely on, and they're not, relying just straight on skill, they're not as effective as they once were. So I'm wondering, what's the age in soccer where you go, okay, he's about to hit a wall, we shouldn't invest big money? I know defenders and certain midfielders could probably go a little later into their careers, but I wonder with strikers. Yeah, I'm sure Parky's got a hold of it. I was also wondering if the reason why we didn't make anything other than Boyle, it sounded like, you think 34? Wow, strikers good all the way to 34. I wouldn't have expected that. What I was wondering is, did they have offers out there, and did they want either top-notch championship players or, mid-level premier players that weren't getting used? And they wanted to get those players, but those teams were basically asking for having to pay a big price to get them. And knowing that if it leaked out what they had to pay to get one of those guys in, that it could totally blow up the chemistry in the team by that guy making more than, your top 5 players combined. And the same thing with, the transfer fee cost just to get him in, if it was something over $1 million or $2 million. I mean, I haven't seen the budget, but can't we go up to like 25 million, and aren't we paying like 6-ish for our team? So we could make a splash and get some decent players, obviously not Premier League players, but it would seem like we could bring in someone pricey, and you'd expect with the Cup coming in and season 2 about ready to hit, that they're only going to be making more and more and more money, and then that number is going to keep growing and allow them to be able to bring in more higher priced players. Yeah, I know, Wayne. Like, we should just be happy, right? Like they're out of the National League, right? Like, no need to rush this, right? It's the journey, but yeah, I think Luke Young is done. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Splashing, yeah. I mean, I understand that, like throwing money around, but that's why I'm wondering if they were going for very specific players, very specific personalities. Did you guys see the comments about Powell, that he didn't pass the Parkey test? Like, Parkey talked to him and then decided he wasn't a player that would fit in Wrexham, and that's why he's at Stockport. That's what I heard. Don't get carried away. Keep calm. Yeah, I think I believe he's still a captain. I did see O'Connell with the other night with the captain's band on at one point in the second half. I think. Yeah, I was surprised that Palmer was as in good spirits as he was in the last half of the year, because he didn't. I I expected to hear more about him complaining. He didn't. I don't know. I mean, you said his numbers were really good, but he didn't seem to be the same player. Uh, Dalby really popped when he was out there, and Palmer just seemed flat to me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Parkey had a conversation with him, and I think like this came from and he basically said, "Yeah, I guess I'm not a Parkey guy," he said, or something to that effect. That he had a conversation with him, and that after that conversation, Wrexham wasn't interested. So yeah, Rob Rob's not going to be patient. I bet you he's bothering Parkey every day, going, we can pull the trigger. We can pull the trigger. Go ahead, do it. Yeah, I did see Palmer get on and talk about if he was in the Premier League, he'd be scoring 20 goals a year, and yeah, he's I think enjoyed the limelight more than he has playing on a winning team. What was the injury that he had last year? What was hampering him? Still got 8 of us here. Andrew, do you know what the injury was that Palmer had? Back problem. I do think Rob trusts Parkey. I don't think he'll interfere and say names. I think he's smart enough to know he doesn't know the players well enough to be trying to influence them. Interesting. So I've been listening to some other YouTubers from a lot of I'd say I've listened to several YouTubers from different teams throughout League Two: Bradford, Stockport, Notts, Swindon, Wimbledon, a few others, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, but they were saying they think, Parkinson's would only be good to get them out of League Two into League One, and then Wrexham would need to go to a better coach. I think that might have come from several of the Notts County YouTubers. They feel that their coach, I think it's Williams, I could be wrong with that, but they feel that they have a superb coach, and they thought that if the two coaches switched teams, that Wrexham would most likely have lost no games instead of the 3 games, and would have run away with the league if it was the other way around. And Notts County would have. They believed that the talent on Wrexham was considerably better, but the coaching made all the difference last year. So Notts fans are bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, it is surprising how many people really, really dislike Wrexham. I'm guessing it's less about the money and more about Hollywood being tied to it. The fact that they're saying Hollywood and Wrexham, that they're getting talked about so positively, and their teams are getting ignored. They hate us because they ain't us. Yeah, so it was Williams. Okay. Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, to be fair, if the teams were a game or two apart, and then they only had one loss and several additions, and they felt that they were dinged up, I don't think it's unreasonable for them to believe in themselves and think that they're capable of finishing higher than Wrexham. Also, like Stockport and Barrow, both, it took them a while to get their feet when they moved from the National League into League Two. And if they do think that Williams is that great of a coach, maybe he has them better prepared than Parkey does, and they don't suffer as much at the beginning of the season, and they get out to a little bit of a lead, and we're not capable of, running them down and getting there. I mean, it seems reasonable to think, not crazy talk, but. Yeah, I see that Wreck Scum instead of Wrexham. I was talking to you, Fraz. Oh,
Hello.
There we go. A-Team's back.
The A-Team. I was just trying to read Twitter to find out, and it looks like 30 minutes ago they said the rain was still coming down. Looks like they're still trying to get in that second half. Yeah, it's no help for the Wrexhamites who have stuck with us.
Yeah,
because
they're diehards. I couldn't scare them off. I tried.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I've got one down and one up, and obligations of a husband to do a lot of cleaning tonight. So we'll worry about that later. I missed the chat, so feel free to carry the ball till I get caught up on what we've been talking about,
Yeah,
Brendan.
we were talking about some of the other teams and how they feel about Wrexham and everything, and we're just touching on Knots. Another thing I was thinking about Knots. I mean, I would think that that's a pretty cool place to be as a football fan, considering how close the stadiums are, being right across the river from each other, and being in different leagues, especially now that Knots is back up in the out of the National League.
In the English League.
Yeah, you get to follow Forest there and Knots at the same time. Both of them have really big, nice stadiums. It would seem like it would be good to be a fan in that area.
Yeah, it's interesting dynamic of everything being so geographically close together. I mean, you're on the Eastern Seaboard, so it's a little bit different because Boston to even New York's not the longest for a game. Out on the West Coast, and until Seattle joined with some of their professional sports, it's Vancouver that you've got an hour drive to the closest team in professional sport. So it's a different beast in England. And yeah, I think Nottingham would have been a lot of fun. It's interesting to me watching the fans complain about things when really what they're complaining about is Hollywood money going in, when it's not money really going into the club. It's always been Hollywood money served to bring the race course back to the club. That was the money that was largely spent last year, was on the freehold. Yes, they've spent money, but they've spent it on the backs of the turnover, the revenue made. And so I get the frustration, though. I would be panicked if I was a fan of any team in League One, League Two. I would be panicked because our turnover dwarfs them at the moment. And it's got to be disconcerting. And of course, I'm going to lash out and have a little hatred and do a couple little digs, is because all of a sudden a team that was the Minnesota Twins of the early 80s is now the New York Yankees. That's a lot of income to come through. So I can get that frustration.
Yeah. I hear you, Wayne, about the Americans. I can understand that. So over there, they pick a team and stay with the team and hate every other team.
Yeah.
Whereas in America, they're more likely to have allegiances based on geography. So they like the team, for the most part, that is from their region in every sport. And they're less likely to kind of stray from that. So, they'd be a Boston fan in every single sport. And if there were multiple, like in New York, there's multiple New York teams. They're very passionate about one over the other, but when it comes to a New York team playing a Boston team, no matter who it is, they're never going to root for Boston. So it does end up staying more regional. The West Coast people want West Coast teams to be doing well, and they hate East Coast. So it's you're right. It's definitely a different thing here than over there. I've allegiance so type.
I've seen the comments regarding Forest and not caring. I think I compare it to the Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United situation, and that one even more of a dynamic. Notts County's never really caught up to Nottingham's Forest's success, but in Sheffield Wednesday was the team, and then United has sort of passed them, and the older generation is still very much all for the Owls, and I think that it certainly could be a lot more fun if Notts County is able to climb the ladder a little bit and put themselves within spitting distance, if not surpassing Nottingham Forest. It would be, I think that dynamic of not caring what the other people did would certainly change, because now you've got Liverpool, Everton, right?
Yeah. So I was curious if you guys saw this. So it's Andrew talking about publications and fake stories and stuff. I thought that the statements by Parkey after the game, when he's standing outside the locker room, were totally taken out of context and overblown. So if you saw them talk to Parkey, they were asking a bunch of questions. He had already kind of addressed the hit to Mullen and how it wasn't great. And they they kept Adam asking questions relating to that, trying to get a soundbite out of him. And at one point, he finally says, they asked him if the goalkeeper had come over and spoken to the team yet or apologized, and he said, no, he hasn't been over here yet, and I'm still fuming, and I think he should just kind of stay away from Wrexham for now. Don't come over here at the moment. Not he's bad, he's threatening. I mean, he said it was a clumsy play. He never said there was intent. He didn't. And he said it, but he wasn't all that upset when he was saying it. And
yeah, just stay away from us for now. We're not happy.
Yes, from Man United sites about how Parky's trying to get the goalie beat up or attacked and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I watched that live. I didn't get any of that out of what he was saying. If you watched it, the way he was carrying himself, he wasn't all that mad, and certainly didn't want any harm to come to anybody. Yeah, but it's I guess it's the drama that sells. And yeah.
Well, now you're going to be a soundbite for anybody who ever cuts this clip, and they're going to say Yank fan calls English fans wimps.
There you go. Well, they have a long way to go to come beat me up, so I think I'm okay.
Yeah, there you go. I'm still trying to follow along. I'm hoping we can get a second half. There's been some commitment from Wayne and from Andrew in seeing this one through. I want them to get their chance.
Yeah, I'm worried about that MK Dons. When I must have looked at, I don't know, 30 or more different predictions about where everyone's going to fall in League Two. And half of them have MK Dons in the top 4 teams, and the other half think that they're 11, the good side of mid-table. And I don't know what to think. Like when I saw that they were our first game, I was like, ooh, we're getting a pretty decent team up first. At least it's the beginning of the year. Our first game in, we should have so much energy for the game. Even if it would typically be a close game, that could put us over the edge, and that would be a good time to play a decent team. Yeah, but I've seen people pick MK Dons to be in the top 3. Multiple people have, so I wonder what we're looking at.
So I'm starting the preview for the MK Dons and done a lot of research, paid for a subscription on Footy Stats to try and figure out what they're going to be for a team. They have they're really good defensively.
Okay.
Their goalkeeping, they've lost their star last year, the guy who was the player of the year and their youth player of the year, who was a goalie on loans going back up and returning to his club. So they've taken some shots as far as talent goes. This isn't anywhere close to the MK Dons that were as good as last year's team. I don't think that they are, with the people that they've brought to fill the gap. With the people that left, they've got hurt. They have some amazing weapons. Their Mo Ias, their striker. You watch the 11 goals that he scored last year, and I say 11 goals. It's not a lot. He was one of their top scorers. These guys just don't score goals. MK Dons don't score goals, especially at home. Oddly enough, they were absolutely horrible. Less 0.84 goals per game. But they've got. They're going to get a lot of ties. They're going to be a tough nut to crack. They've got an experienced goaltender this year, but he's not as good of the pedigree as the one that's left. But their center backs are as good as ours on paper. When I look at the comparative stats, the thing is they're middle, the center midfield and their forwards. There's pace, but they get dispossessed easy, and I think you can go after them. So I watched that and I was like, I don't think they match up well with us. But the question is, are we going to be able to score? Because they're so good defensively. So I don't know what Andrew and those guys think of MK Dons.
Even with Mullen down, though, the thing that I've liked is that we can score from different areas, right? We can score with those crosses, and it doesn't have to be Mullen catching those crosses coming from coming from Barnet or coming from the left side. So, I mean, Cannon's been great at chipping the ball in and getting it up lately. I mean, we have a lot of big targets that can knock that ball in on the corner kicks, on the long throws from Tozer. I think it gives us a dimension that it doesn't seem like a lot of teams make as much use of as we do. Now, granted, the Man U's and all the Premier League teams think that that's a garbage non-league way to play. I don't get it. I mean, I understand it was kind of an old school method. And I get that it should be more easily defendable and teams shouldn't be getting beat by that. But we have a lot of large guys that are really big targets that get up there, I would guess, a little bit higher than a lot of the other teams. I don't know how big the guys are in the defenses in the League Two, so I don't know if we don't have that advantage. But it makes me think that we'll be able to score that way, even if we don't have a Mullen that can go 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 or 3.
Wait, I have a confession to make as far as being analytical. It's one of those things that's in my blood. Like I'm not. I'll admit I don't have all of the information to be able to analyze properly right now, but it's unfortunately like my default. And I guess, and that's the other bad thing is it's only the first match, but that means I've got so much time to look forward to it and analyze the heck out of it. But yeah, it'll be a good one. Just going through here. I'm with Andrew. I don't think it's. I'm up for. I think MK Dons. In hindsight, I thought MK Dons, that's a horrible first-time draw to show up at home. But then I was like, hold on a second. We're guaranteed to sell out. We're going to get a team that's, expected, as Brendan was saying, top half of the table is to be likely. We're going to get a test, and so I'm all for trying to find out, pressure on, and football will fry my brain. It may just very well do that. So I've been watching. Fozzie's been posting weather updates. He's 3 minutes ago or 8 minutes ago now. He posted one on Twitter that Wrexham tweeted out that had him trying to give an update, and then the flash of lightning all went off behind him. So that was just 3 to 8 minutes ago. So they're still waiting.
I would imagine they don't allow you to run out and fool around on the pitch. Well, certainly you don't want to do that if it's lightning. But in the U.S., especially on rain delays for baseball games, you get some of the players running out there and diving and sliding on their bellies and acting a fool for during the rain delays for the fans that refuse to go into the concourse and sit in their seats. And they usually make a fun time of it when the weather's causing a delay. But I would imagine if you start running around on the pitch with the rain like that, you could tear it up and do damage.
Yeah. The rain delays I've seen, I've never seen it during a thunderstorm, like a serious weather delay, where they go running around. But I note that Fozzie too, he's actually in a polo. He's no longer in his well, he was coming out at the half anyway, so why would he have to be in his kit? So he's all showered up and gets to relax. And I appreciate, Wayne, that we've only seen, but I think even when we're struggling, I'm going to have all sorts of crazy solutions as to how to remedy the problems. It's just what I do is I analyze things, right or wrong. But I'm going to be stuck in even when we're struggling. The only time I'll end up turfing it is if the owners go through a decade of just horrible, just not leave, but just take the foot off the gas. And that's kind of what I'm doing with the Vancouver Canucks. I just can't really invest my time into it anymore.
I know I keep seeing a lot of people chiming in saying, relax, like last year was super tense, so you don't have to get that concerned about losing a few games early and everything. And yes, it's hard not seeing enough seasons in comparison to know that, we have some time to get our footing and not get so far behind. And obviously, I think this year is going to be far more competitive in general. So the team winning the league isn't going to be 100 and something points, right? Likely. Like maybe Stockport gets up there, but, the automatic promotions are still likely to be in the 80s, right? Two of them, one or two of them. So you're talking about 23, 24 wins, and I don't know, 15 or so ties. But the people that have attacked Wrexham have basically said, look, there were so many games that Wrexham won in the waning minutes. So many times that they were down to bad teams and came back just to edge out victories. That you can't expect to always be that lucky, right? And you're an injury away, like a Paul Mullen, away from not scoring as many goals, and therefore, if you're not getting those goals, then you weren't those wins are either ties or not even ties now, and you're talking considerably less points. So I mean, it wasn't strange to hear some of the teams think, oh yeah, Wrexham's going to be a little bit not as good as they think they are. They're going to be a little bit shocked until they get their footing in League Two. So it sounded reasonable. But even the people that were thinking that weren't thinking that they were falling outside of the top 10. They just felt that they would be further back, just making the playoffs or potentially just missing the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Wayne and Andrew have sort of intimated at it as far as the success that we had being a level above everybody in the National League is going to be different next year, because we're going to end up I don't think going to get over 100 points. In fact, nobody has in winning and becoming the championship of League Two. And so there's going to be a lot more losses. There's going to be a pack of 12 instead of a pack of 5 or 6 teams like there was last year. I'm just ready to get into it. Like, it's enough that I'm hoping to either call it or get into it with the weather delay here. So just that's a lot of screaming going on in the front room.
Yeah, I mean, I know the other. I'm also wondering, could this be like really good to get other players involved and get everyone feeling like they're more a part of it, and basically being a more dynamic team, where if you have 5 guys that have more than a handful of goals, and then Mullen comes back, it's harder to just focus on him and think, okay, all we need to do is double Mullen and beat him up a little bit, and we should be okay. If you have to worry more about Lee, who may have 6 goals at that time, or Dalby or whoever else is in, and stuff like that. So yeah, could make us a better team, give other players a better chance to get more involved and more chemistry building.
Always nice to get your superstar back and be in a good position where everybody else is bolstered up around them, right? So,
well, the thing is that I saw it November, December, and that looked like a pretty easy stretch there, where you were going to get a lot of wins, or should get a lot of wins. It looked like I think it was October was it? That looked pretty rough. Some tough teams, some tough away games. But I think even with Mullen down, before the Stockport game, we should score a lot of points in the first 8, I'm thinking. MK Don, Swindon. Is Swindon even going to be any good? I don't know.
Swindon should be surprisingly good. But I mean, they've got so much history. They've got so much history in Swindon, and they've got turnover, and they spend their turnover, and so the history of it means they've got some capital. Do I think that they're going to be pushing for the automatic promotion spots? No. Do I think that they're going to be in the competition for the playoff spots? Yeah, I think that's possible. I don't know. I think that there's going to be
not there.
Sorry, who?
Walsall,
I don't have up. No.
Yeah, I mean, that Swindon.
And even when you look at
Tranmere,
the transfer in and outs, Tranmere's my dark horse for somebody who could sneak into maybe doing something. Can't remember exactly why. I've looked at so many things, and that's why I've got to start putting them onto video so I can defend myself. Back up.
We have Doncaster and Grimsby at home, so even though the Grimsby Grimsby game away, it might be tough. We should probably be pretty good at home against both of those teams, you know? Like, before we do Stockport away in September, we could be in pretty good position.
Yeah, I think it's to me, it's Sport is stacked, and Notts County has loaded up with their 4 transfers coming in. Those are the 3 with Wrexham that I've earmarked, but that's just by. It's like no disrespect, but then you gave us a compliment.
Yeah, well, Wayne's been harsh on me. That's okay. I deserve it.
No, Grimsby won't be a pushover. That's fair, but I don't. Swindon were close.
Swindon guys, yeah, Swindon guys haven't even been off that high on their own team. It's strange to hear you say that.
Where was I going here?
So when I look at November, other than the Port Vale game and the Gillingham game early in the month, you're really looking at Accrington, Stanley, Morecambe, Harrogate, Forest Green, Colchester, Newport. Like, that seems like
that should be a run.
Very nice, yeah, really good run right there that we can have towards the end of the year. So we can kind of get these points early before we have to go do Notts away and Bradford away, and maybe Salford gives us a hard time, and Gillingham. I mean,
yeah, Grimsby Town. Like, you start to read the reports of who they brought in just on bodies alone. I mean, Grimsby went out and got people. Do I know if Conte is going to be in the midfield as they say he's going to be? Especially when what's the comparative is he was in the National League last year. I think that's a little overinflated, but they went out and got bodies. I'm with you that November stretch seems a little bit weak to me. And I'm also accepting that when it came last year, we added a bunch of people from League One like Waters. That if that deal with Waters was done yesterday, people would be salivating, right? Mullen injured or not injured, but he just went so far under the radar and then didn't really play until Torquay, and now we're getting to see it. But as far as on paper, that's the type of signing. We signed somebody who came down from another level, another tier, and started to play. I think that we've built a team that is ready to play in League Two. So bring on November. I hope we get there mid-table or above, and then we've got the offer Mullen to get cracking at it, and hopefully that stretch, as you say, is a little bit easier. But homegrown fans.
Yeah, when you say that, Wayne, so Stockport is supposed to be obviously top of the league, and Tranmere, hearing different things where people say, playoff team or just outside, but Newport seems further down in most people's lists. Do you think because it's another Wales team that rivalry will lift up the competitive spirit of the Newport team and make those games closer than they would look on paper? There seems to be a rivalry for wanting to be the best team in Wales, right? I know Swansea would hold that title or somebody else, but
the people there were a couple of Newport fans I was talking to on an EFL Facebook chat, and they were just happy with the fact that there was another Welsh team in the upper league and the ability to sport period for Wales, and looking at the opportunity. To be fair, some of the fans were, how do we weaponize some of the Wrexham success for Newport success and to Newport's benefit, whether that be through cup games, whether that be through, and I actually like this idea of having like a West festivities on game day. And I was like, I immediately thought, well, home away, but now you're reunited because you're Welsh for a festivity thing. Are we going to end up with people in different jerseys clashing? But I love that idea of have language provisions for those games and turn it into a festival. I'm curious what Wayne thought about Newport in the rivalry that you'd asked there. But
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect about it because I don't hate them, and I don't think Welsh fans are looking at it as a derby that's like straight rivalry. It's kind of like the friendly big brother little brother thing. People have different positions on who the big brother is.
I just pissed off Cardiff. I didn't mention them. Oh well.
Yeah, that's
how
what I
much
was
is
curious about, Wayne. So
yeah. I'm thinking though that because there's so much hype around Wrexham and the documentary, you're going to get pretty much the best out of every team, right? Like they're thinking, wait a minute, not only am I just playing this game, and maybe it's going to be put on Sky Sports when they weren't used to getting their games on, right? And now, not only that, but I'm going to live on forever in a documentary that's going to be on Disney or
Hulu,
or
yeah,
whoever's doing it. I mean, they're thinking, hey, if I do something fantastic, it's going to be replayed over and over
immortalized.
again and talked about. Yeah, I could be the man, and that could inspire teams to play you so much harder when they would typically give up when when a team like Wrexham comes into town.
Yeah.
So I think in general, the more hype just means more interesting games. I think from even teams you'd expect to be walk in the park.
They're staring at the time. There's not a lot of updates. Weather delay. They beat us in the national playoffs. They got scores to settle. So are we talking Grimsby or are we talking Newport? Because man, I'm getting tired of hearing about that Grimsby playoff win.
Yeah.
And that's what you speak about, getting immortalized. Grimsby now, we've done something.
You got to tell us when Foster does another update.
Another weather update. I was just saying there's a Wrexham-based mental health advocate who's at Ardle Chris, and he said I don't remember witnessing a weather delay temporarily postponing a football match. Can anyone jog my memory of another? I mean, as you were saying, these weather delays are something we just live with in baseball, football, unless you've got a closed arena. And I don't have any insight into whether it's abnormal in the UK. I imagine you guys are East Coast rather than, I don't know if they get weather storms like this. Maybe the Wrexham people can speak to that, whether these sort of substantive weather delays occur frequently or at all. But no updates. Like a Wrexham weather is literally Fozzie giving updates and 4 other tweets. So I think, Wayne, all of these rivalries, when you say it'll be totally alien for us, it's accurate and it's correct, and it will be foreign to us until we experience it once, and then it becomes our part of our own narrative as fans, right? That's the one thing that we're missing is, we've got to connect with Grimsby and Wood and with Notts and those teams. We don't have that as of yet. I mean, I do with Doncaster because I've been to a number of games there, and I know exactly where the stadium is and my way around. But no rivalries as of yet. Growing because I like the fans. To me, if there were 3 most annoying fans in League Two are Tranmere, Stockport, and Bradford. And I just hope that we do well against those 3 teams, just so I don't have to deal with suffering of listening on an ongoing basis. I think the Knots thing is more, and the Wrexham fans can trigger or can tell me if I'm wrong, but when Dale, when you say the Knots feels like a rivalry, is I think it feels a rivalry to the North American fans, but I think to the Wrexham fans, it was a competition. Like it's not rivalry. Like they went to war last year, but I don't think it's like Chester, right?
How much better was last year if Notts County wasn't there and it was a walk? Yes, everyone would have enjoyed it, but every game you felt like,
Well, they pushed the narrative.
yeah, there was pressure. We can't drop points. We can't drop points. And it was pressure. And the way they were playing, they didn't do well in the first half many times. And they had to come storming back in the second half. So it kept everything engaging, I guess. And I'm sure it will play much better in season 2 of Welcome to Wrexham. You know, that level of intensity, they'll be able to show that. You know, I'm sure the fans and the music, they'll be able to play to it really well, I think.
Yeah, and I'm with you that it certainly told the story. And Wayne says never been a rivalry between us and Knots, and that's where I get the difference and the distinction I'm trying to make, as I'm understanding it or think I'm coming to understand it, is there's almost like a season long or at least a week long amnesia when it comes to the standings when you end up into a rivalry game, or when your rivals do poorly. Like if I was supporting a team that was in the middle to lower part of the table and knew that my season was almost over, just trying to make sure I don't get relegated and I'm able to stay up, I'm probably not chirping the teams, even if there are, especially if they're our strongest rivals and if they're at the top of the league. But once they suffer, I find that in England and Wales, when that rival suffers, you chirp them, irrespective of your own standing. It's almost like there's this amnesia to the league, which in North America, it's the standings in the table that define your success and where you sit. And I'm starting to try to accept that I think that there's a difference as far as that sort of weekly or monthly amnesia goes on for these rivalry games, that just that's all that matters is how well we did at yesterday and how poor you did today. And now we're going to get into it.
Here we go. We are going to start it back up. No, they're practicing right now, David.
Well, now we know how many people were there because the match stands are empty.
Andrew, I agree with you. I've now secretly become a Notts County fan. Not as much as I am a Wrexham fan, but unless they're going to knock us out of a playoff spot, I'm rooting for them. I'm invested in their players and their story and the effort they put in last year and how much they made our season great, made us be great. They gave us that. We had to go to another level to beat them, and you know that's only going to help us. So they're showing highlights right now.
Yeah, Brendan, I don't know if you're going to take a break. I know that we're getting back into it, and that's probably
you want to kick me out? Yeah, drop me.
No, not kicking you out. I'm thankful, and I'm just if you wanted to, I wanted to take a break, make sure the kids are good, and my wife's not going to kill me.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So if you're going to be here, but I was going to offer to you, if you wanted to take a break and then come back, I'm happy to stay. But I'm just going to take a run here, hopefully not longer than 5-10 minutes, and hopefully I can come back and catch this now that we actually look like we're going to have.
Sure, go away. I'll hold it down again for you.
Going.
Then you can boot me when you come back. What shouldn't I have said? Come to the race course saying that, Brendan. What did I say? Like I got everyone all offended now. Oh, about Knots, about that I'm a fan. Yeah. Yeah, they lost Rodriguez, definitely. Yeah. I don't know if all the pitches are fake grass, but there are quite a few. I would say that there are also different levels to pitch grass. I don't know if, you know, I don't know how much money they spend on, say, non-premier or non-championship league fields, but some of the money it costs to put in some of the fake fields, the technology in them is pretty significant. They don't have injuries like they used to with them. Um, so I don't know if it's the same quality. I don't know if there should be the concern maybe not having a real pitch. I mean they understood that for Wrexham. They paid to roll out over the top of a fake football field. They rolled out turf just for the Wrexham game in North Carolina against Chelsea. So I thought that was just absolutely incredible. The amount of money they're spending. I don't know if you guys got to see some of the turf setup that they made for the fan experience at some of these things. The money they're spending to put on a show in America is huge. They're putting in all sorts of effort. I mean, it's been quite a show. So I'm sure all the fans felt like they got their money's worth at the events. Yep, game kicking off. I'll talk less. Is that Michael in there? I'm wondering, what do you guys think? Oh, nice save. Yeah, they're they're Philly's definitely putting on a lot of pressure now. What I was going to say is, do you guys think with Foster being as old as he is, if Wrexham gets up early, do you think that they might sub Foster out in games um, throughout the year? If we're up 3-0, do you think they put in Howard or Leighton and try to, you know, not tire him too much? I get the feeling that they may not use him in like Tuesday games, especially for the league games. See, Andrew, you guys are picking on me for not hating nuts. Is that Hosanna out there, or yeah, Hosanna is on the right. Home of Waters. Thanks, Andrew, for answering that. They don't sub goalies off. I did hear that they let him skip training. They give him like Sundays and Mondays off, right? Does he have to be back by Tuesday? I think they give him, as part of the contract, several days off. That's why I wonder if he'll skip Tuesday games. Yeah. Wayne, it seems like it might be dangerous if you sat with me because I'm a loud, stupid American, and I'd end up getting us in trouble, right? Making positive comments about nuts. I'd definitely like to come over. I'm wary of planning the whole thing and then being disappointed when I can't get a ticket. I figured that I would wait and see. I know that they hold 75 tickets for international fans, and I'm wondering if those fill up really quick or not, how difficult it is. I figured I'd listen and see what the likelihood of that is, and then try to come over. So that was purposeful. It was a good bump, but a little too far. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'm thinking, how good are we going to be on corner kicks when you have Palmer, maybe Dalby, Boyle, Hayden. When you can throw all that size up there, I think we're going to get our fair share of points from set pieces this year. Oh yeah, Wayne, I'm sure your wife would be ecstatic that you're bumping her. You'd be on the couch the next day for bedtime.
I'm gonna enjoy the morning games when they're back on because I won't have to deal with the kids, I guess, unless they wake up early. But this bedtime stuff, not easy to work with.
Oh, that's good to know, Andrew. Yeah, I guess I'd like to see one of the big teams, that's going to come with a big following. It's going to be an exciting game.
Wrexham chant in the background.
It's funny, you can see people standing, jumping up and down behind the goal.
I think that's the behind that goal that Howard's in are the two supporters.
That's something else that that I found really interesting, I don't know if you did, Sean, is that they stick the season ticket holders, the big time rowdy fans, they stick them behind the nets, which I don't know. As a fan, when I watch most games, I find those to be the worst seats. You can't see the angles, you can't see the judge distance as well. You know what I mean? Like you can't anticipate what's happening, at least for me. And so I would think you'd want to be, midfield, halfway up a stadium seating, and they jam the most passionate fans at the end. And
I think it's because the passionate fans are there every game, and that the price point is lower, and so it ensures that they're able to fill it with more people.
Okay.
Yeah. At least, I mean, look, Vancouver Whitecaps is who I compare it to, because that's who we have here. And the Southsiders are the loud fans. They're the passionate ones. They're there every game, fill the section, and they're always over on the south end of the stadium, on the ends. And the tickets are far cheaper, and they're able to go to everyone. Where the center one, different in North American sports, but corporate supporters, right? People who use their marketing budget to bring people to games. I don't know if that's as evident. He's offside, as evident or as present in English football.
So
the ball in.
That's interesting. Suck the ball in. I mean, I guess at the ends you're very close to the goal. So when it is a score or a great defense, you're closer. You feel like you're more part of it, and they can rush right up to you. I think that's great how they run towards the fans a lot of the time. I get all of that, and I would want to be where the most passionate fans are. Right? I just thought it was almost like they were sticking it to them by not letting them have their area be on one side of the pitch instead of the ends of the pitch, I guess. I also think it's weird because then they stick that. I don't know why they almost taunt the away team by putting their fans very close to the most passionate home fans. That's always an interesting dynamic as well, where I thought you might go, okay, you stick them on the left side of the field, we'll be on the right side of the field. And then there's as far away as possible. You don't have to then waste security by trying to keep a barrier between the two. But they seem to stick them always very close to each other at most stadiums.
So Wayne, what do you think is going to happen when the COP opens up to the tech? Because I imagine for a lot of those fans that make the tech end bonkers, that they're COP transplants that are used to being and find the ends of the stadium to be bonkers, and now they're being, I imagine, being relocated. Many of them are going to relocate to the COP. Do you think that's going to change? Is the tech end going to become more away than sort of the one side of the Wrexham Lager stand, as I understand it? I'm curious to watch that whole dynamic transpire, although it'll be the fanciest and the newest of all of the stands that are there, right?
I don't know about you guys, but obviously Sean and I are trying to somewhat more me than Sean, but get ahead of ourselves with, well, what's a team going to look like in League One, and what will we need to do to get to the Championship League and so on. But when I think about how they really need to upgrade their stadium, they need more than just the COP end, right? And I heard Rob McElhaney talk about wanting to take the tech end and do something just huge there and have like apartments built into whatever that whole setup is, so there might be some really big time luxury box seats and apartments.
They're going to have to be really creative.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, like, they're going to have to do something with the college, right? The university, and buy back some land here and there. I don't know how they don't do something with the Wrexham Lager end. I mean, I know that those apartments are right there, but that stand's really got something has to be done there too.
Yeah. Here's a question that in Wrexham are there a lot of underground parking? Because I look at the tech end and that large parking spot that's there, and people are like, "Oh, how are you going to build?" and et cetera, et cetera. And I thought there's certainly a lot of room on the tech end to if you had an underground parking. But then I was like, I don't recall. like in Doncaster, I don't recall seeing underground parking. Yeah, none, no. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just craziness on my end that I mean, to me, it's a simple solution in North America. You just dump an underground parking lot there, throw 300 cars underneath, and you build on top of it.
So there's a street, there's a little road that goes right behind.
Which way? Crispin Lane on the town end or on the?
No, the little, okay, it's not really a road, but I mean, there's a little way you can drive right behind the Tech Stadium, and then there's kind of the road that comes in for parking there as well, and there's a parking lot before there's a building. So there's a lot of room to take up without taking down the building. You know, you could build back quite a ways there.
Crispin Lane, sorry.
Yeah, it would seem like they could do something behind and make the Tech end
it's
considerably bigger, to make it 2 tiers and at least as deep as what they're doing at the Cop end, and still put some other stuff back there, because they have so much jammed into that logger stand that I don't know. It seems like they could stand to have more space.
Dave, have you not found the game? Because Dave, we're at the 60th minute mark. But if you're looking for the game, Dave, it's free at MLS Next Pro. It's on YouTube. You should be able to find it. If you need help doing that, I'm happy to search and figure it out. Like here, I'll even cut and paste what I searched on YouTube.
Yeah, so that was something else. I was also wondering, like they talked about wanting to do an academy, and I know that their training area isn't, essentially right next to the stadium. I was like myself scouting the, on Google Earth, everything around it, and it looks like if they made like a walkway to go over the train tracks, there's some business right there that has a decent amount of size to it that you could make use of, and put another pitch over there. And have the whole thing kind of connected. Oh, wow, that was a good strike.
I think Davies put it right in his breadbasket, and I think if he went either side, that probably was going in. It has been back and forth, though, that's for sure, in the second half. We're in the 61st minute, 61 half.
20.
Minutes.
Yeah, that wasn't much on that strike.
Yeah, they have been had their legs win, that's for sure. It's
after seeing, so that under 21 squad had some young looking kids on it, and when you see Wrexham now lined up against a squad who doesn't have teenage boy bodies, it looks like you feel like you're playing a legitimate team now.
And I guess that's the big question too, is they're applying for the Category 4 status, which comes with it the obligation to have your academy ground set up. And at last I heard is they were still trying to finalize that. There's a lot of land use issues. You got the Welsh government that owns where the next to the Cop that they purchased from, I believe it was a car dealership that was there. And then you've got the other side close to where the university housing is on the Cop side, and they own some land that's now completely boxed in. I don't know what's going to happen with that piece of property. And so I'm hoping that if, as much as I want the club to be successful, and that's number one goal, is I would really love to hear some stuff with respect to where the grounds are going to be and where the academy grounds are going to be and how that's all going to transpire. Because if they have aspirations, like they said, to reach Category 3 next year for the academy, which then is all the way down to U9 and up, they're going to have to giddy up on the land stuff for the academy. See, Waters loves being out on the wings. Do you remember seeing Waters or Mullen, like as far as our forwards out on the wing, Waters lives out there sometimes.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder if he just feels more comfortable out there. I agree.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, there's too much housing on the Macron stand side, right? And then the only other place where I saw potential free land, you could buy it off, like the farmhouses, when you go back towards where the highway is and the rotary, on the other side of that, there seems to be a bunch of farmland. You know, maybe there's a chance they'd buy that. I'm just wondering, like, you're saying that the academy grounds or training grounds aren't typically near stadiums. And I don't know. I mean, there's probably plenty of allure to want to go to Wrexham anyway. But I would think if you have like very big facilities and everything's kind of near each other and you're going from, you know, the stadium to the training grounds and all around, if it's not geographically that far away or difficult to get to, that would be more of a positive. Plus, for anyone visiting, they'd get to check out everything potentially. I would think you'd want to try to keep it close, but maybe not.
It's been a far more equal this half since the delay.
Well, the first few minutes they were the better team. Philly was. They were really pressuring. About Collier's Parkfield.
Numbers. Ooh, well done. Wait a second.
That's one thing about you being a hockey fan, Sean. I wonder if you noticed the same thing. I'm looking to see if defenders attack when you start to get near the box, knowing that if they start to get beat, they can try to take the foul there, you know, before you get into the box. Very much like you attack someone at the red line, you know, or the blue line when they're coming into the zone, try to throw them off sides.
Yeah,
stepping up on like that. Yeah, the defenders drop back to just inside the box and know that they need to challenge outside the box.
I think it's different because you've got artificial benefits in hockey, like the red line and blue line, that define your offside and your icing and what you can do with the puck. Create those as artificial barriers that when you pinch up, there's limitations to the options that the players have. And I think in football, it's harder to do that because they've still got full options available. When you step up like that. So that's why I think that holding of form happens so much moving backwards in football, which is something that you don't see in hockey and true in basketball, right? You've got, I mean, that's the whole buildup of the trap.
Yeah, I like the control of having my own vehicle, but I'm concerned about driving over there and just, you know, being too lackadaisical and ending up on the wrong side of the road. Just
it's
being
really
too used to it.
It's hard to get it wrong in England. What they do as far as traffic control and making sure, like they have those blue circles that point the arrow where you need to end up going everywhere. That it's hard to get lackadaisical even on the country roads. I've driven over there lots, you know, for I mean, 7 months. The only rule that I understand, and I break all the time, and I'm just waiting for a police officer to pull me over, is I will make left-hand turns on reds rather than right-hand turns on reds like we do.
Yeah.
They don't do that
And
over
they don't
there.
do that there.
But I'm just like, I'm not sitting here waiting when there's nobody coming from the right and I'm going. I get yelled at for doing that. And I was like, it makes no sense to me. And not getting hurt, Andrew, but we failed on that memo.
The ref's been letting these guys die for Philly. If anyone is touching a Philly player, they flop. All game. It's absolute garbage calls. In the Man U game, the only guy you had to worry about was Hannibal.
Hannibal was, yeah. If the wind shifted gears, he was falling over.
I think I was waiting for someone to do a mashup of his flops in that game and get a count total. He had to be approaching 20. That was ridiculous. Yeah. It made me laugh because all the Man U guys were talking about what a star. He's going to be a star. And I was thinking, you mean he's going to be a star at flopping? I know he should.
Hey, Steve. Nice to see you. Welcome. For the record, we're two Wrexham fans. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for joining the channel. Look forward to hearing from you. Are the Philly Union players diving more frequently than Hannibal? No. Collectively as a team, they're not diving more than Hannibal.
Yeah. They'd have to double their
I don't know if I've seen
total to get near Hannibal.
Yeah, it was impressive to watch how frequently he hit the ground.
I'm guessing Steve might be a Man U fan.
I'll tell you what. There's a lot of things that I have time to do in my life. One of them is not to go to a fan live, to a watch along, a watch party of another club, and then sit there and throw out banter on their chat. But hey, to each their own. I'm happy to sit there and
I think that's funny. Yeah,
I'm happy to embrace all kinds. If he wants to chat and espouse the virtues of whatever team he supports and criticize, I'm happy to talk about it. Also happy to learn the block feature. I haven't had to do that yet. It's be the one feature I haven't had. So
I like the back and forth. You can have at me all he wants.
That's part of being a fan in any sport. I mean, the only thing that's different, I think, is there's maybe a legitimate risk of physical harm outside of a stadium in England that probably isn't present in most stadiums in North America, and that's just, again, part of that tribalism.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you agreed, Andrew. I thought that was just not one single Man U fan had the slightest reference to the fact that he was flopping up a storm. They were totally blind to it. Uh-oh. What's this?
Lots of opportunity coming the other way.
You might be Dale.
You might be Dale. I don't know. Well, Andrew's been chatting.
Andrew's
I mean, it's interesting that I'm looking at the stats, Brandon, if you can see them, and it looks like everything's gone down in numbers, but I know we've got more viewers because we're people in the chat than is saying eyeballs. So I don't know if that's a hiccup with the system or if after 4 o'clock.
The numbers seem a little bit off. I wonder if it's also not counting like you and I, right? So it doesn't count you or I, and then I think the numbers are a little behind.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe they think Andrew's just family, so he doesn't count.
He's a
He's
bot.
here all the time.
Dave's still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's here all the time. He's got to be a bot. Dave, they're counting Dave. They're like, Dave's legit, but no, Andrew's. Andrew's here to bring credibility to the show.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at. That I've got one other person who's been on watching from throughout, because I'm streaming on Facebook
really?
and Twitter, and I know when I go to Facebook that I had something like 400 views, and that's why it's interesting to me going through things. I don't think YouTube captures everything, but we're up to 2.
Up until really recently, we were still running 7 or 8 that it was counting. So only in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
And I suspect there's more, because when I go to analytics, I can see there were highest points were 47 on the stats. I've never seen the numbers get that high, but I just thought highest concurrent viewers on YouTube has been as high as about 18. But you look at the numbers for Facebook and Twitch and all those sorts of things, and there's more people that come in, and oddly enough, they hang around average for like 3 to 5 minutes and then they bail. So there's some interest. Maybe I'm just not capturing people enough for the 3 to 5 minutes.
I think you do a great job. If anything, I'm bringing down the numbers.
Nah. Saved my bacon today. It's just been a.
I also think that
72 hours.
Once the regular season gets going, well, 2 things. Once the September comes along, right? That's when season 2 comes out for Welcome to Wrexham. That's going to be another big draw, and people are going to go, "Oh yeah, Wrexham's playing," and then they're going to try to watch games. They're going to try to get on whatever they can, and since they can't watch all the games from the U.S. without doing iFollow, they'll want to look for streams that they can check out. So I would imagine that if you keep cutting the shorts that you're putting up and the other videos, that will help get people subscribed and then be aware of the stream, and then more people on those days. So I think you could see a significant explosion, a month or 2.
We'll see. I'm having fun either way, but I will say the one thing that I've noticed going around town and talking to people about this and Wrexham in general is I think there are probably 3 to 1 more people who have watched the documentary, and then when you say to them, have you watched any games, and they were like, no, can you watch games over here? I was like, you haven't Googled it? Like, you didn't after watching the documentary? I mean, that was the natural progression for me. Watch the documentary, be like, okay, that was awesome, but now I want to know what's going on, and what happened and what the team's doing, and get involved and follow the club. And so I Googled it, and obviously got stuck in for last season. I'm surprised at how many people don't do that. They've just taken it as it's a good documentary, and then they leave it at that. And I guess to each their own, and maybe people just have different commitments for their time and didn't want to get involved in something. Sorry, Andrew, you posted the announcement of season 2 to 3 people, and I don't know anybody my mom, who's not a sports fan, is probably watching to this, to be fair. She's maybe an eyeball in the background. She's never been a sports fan, and she's now enamored in Wrexham.
But this season 2 is going to be phenomenal. It followed a phenomenal season, right? So you can just imagine that if they didn't watch everything and they didn't stay on top of it, they might not even really know Wrexham succeeded. They may be watching all of it, not understanding what the ending was going to be, and be totally swept up into the whole thing, and then basically be like, okay, I have to find these. I have to find as much content as I can about it. So,
it's Wayne. Yeah, that was me, and I do appreciate that. It was interesting to me. I've put out like 5 different types of videos on the channel. The lives being one of them. These watch parties, some shorts. I've put out a couple of like opinion puff pieces about transfer stuff just to see people are interested in that. The retro Wrexham one, I tried one. And then the substantive ones where I do the research and whatever skills I have as a lawyer, trying to read the regulations and put them into something to understand things. And that was one of the larger research ones. I'm doing that now with the academy stuff. And it's probably been like 2.5 weeks of progress, just slowly, an hour here, an hour there every day. Not every day, but almost every day. Trying to really get and that video is 100 times more popular than my next biggest video. So I guess the message has been delivered at what I'm supposed to be putting out there for people. I wish I could just be like really cool and engaging. People would come and be like, man, I love how funny that guy is. But I guess I'm not that funny.
I've only seen it on one other channel, but I don't know if you could you talked about getting a whole bunch of stats. There are some channels, like, I don't know if you saw it during the Man U game. They were showing who had possession the most, who had the most passes, who had the most shots on goal, who had the most fouls.
You must be behind me, Brandon, or you missed that one.
Oh, I am. I'm about 6 or 7 seconds behind.
Okay, I might back mine up a little bit.
No, that's okay. You can beat me to it.
All right.
It's a hell of a shot, though. Thank you, goalpost.
Yeah, the woodwork is our friend. Yeah, the challenge is getting the source of the analytic, one statistical website that collects stats like we would have with heat maps and all those sorts of things. And I can do overlays and put the roster up here, and I plan to do that and things like that, what their performance was and last goals. So it's just what I'm finding the challenge with is it all takes time. It takes a couple of hours to put the graphics together. And in a week, it's tough to put that all together.
I would just expect that that it's an API, that those stats are able to get at those stats real time. If you have a widget that's polling, a service that's supplying you those stats, there has to be something like that, because they were able to show all those numbers real time. Granted,
there's two. I'm paying for a service on the website, the Red Horde, that I have to set up here probably next week, maybe the week after. Yeah. I don't know, because I've got a really busy week next. But I'm paying for a service that will list and keep real-time stats. But they're basic stats. It's goals, assists, cards, shots, penalties taken. But it's supposed to be live. They've got a guy in actually, interestingly enough, in the Ukraine, that collects that data and distributes it out via their API service. So that's going to be available. I know that there's another one that I've paid for, but I haven't added it to the website, that may give me some more stats, and it will see if people are into it, right? I'll probably put it out there. If people use it and they're interested and they're watching it, and I've got the widgets, then great. And if it doesn't, then we're not. Honest question: does it look like we're bothered in this game? No. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to keep it tied at least. I'd rather not have it go down as a loss. But it's just important no one gets injured. Again, it's okay that Hayden looks like this, but he's one of those guys that for every good play he makes, he seems to make an equally bad one defensively.
Andrew, I'm willing to sacrifice my ego, and during the Mansfield game, if somebody plays the background and starts the Zombies chant, I will try to make the zombie song, Rex, in your head. I will try to make that.
Yeah, you got to write the lyrics down. You got to put that up on the screen. Then you don't even have to show your face. You can sing it in the background, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's really just the Wrexham, just with the modification.
Well, everything you cared about, right? Like, we don't ever get to see the words for all the chants that go on, right? But you can supply that if you're writing them.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I
hear you, Dave.
Hasn't seen a lot of ball.
That guy over. See, that's the difference. He doesn't seem to be as disruptive as Mullen is, We also haven't played the long ball that much today, like in this half. I wonder if that was just a conscious effort to work on, moving the ball up from the back. What?
I mean, we're 6 minutes into the game, and what are we going to have? I don't think there's been a lot of injury time. 3 minutes?
Andrew's singing without us. Yeah, I thought that was a late call too, Dave.
Late offside call, and I wasn't sure that it was. I thought that hitch step.
Yeah.
Was
I don't know how good that call was. It was so late, I thought they were calling the grab on the defender.
There's another website, WrexhamDragons.com. That's a guy that's based out of Phoenix. I've been chatting with him quite a bit. And there's another guy that does Go Wrexham. He's in San Diego. I haven't chatted with him, but I've chatted about him and through the guy in Phoenix. And he's got all the chants up. They're more interested in building connections to community than really discussing as much about the club. And trying to connect the community to the North American fans, where I'm more about trying to jump in head first and really get into the nitty gritty of the team. So there's differences in what we have for content that's out there, but for those chants, I know that he did spend a lot of time trying to collect all of the music and has those on his website at Wrexham Red Dragons.
I haven't really seen any other North American streams. Again, so I was thinking
up the town is the only other North American one, and the frequency of them is not as not that frequent. But I'll tell you what, he puts some good content out there. He's well spoken. He's had some interviews with some brass over in Wrexham. Like, I haven't reached out to the club and said, "Hey, can I chat with a player?" and all that sort of stuff. I'm interested in connecting the fans and then going the other way. And if I have the opportunity, somebody reaches out, for sure, I'll chat to whoever. But it's really about, like, this dynamic is what excites me. Is all of the fans from around the world and having a chit chat about the game and sitting and having a beer with people over time. It's because an interview would be fun, but I don't expect to be sitting across the table from Ollie Palmer having a beer in the off season. And so I'm happy to keep that.
I know, in the next year when they come over for next summer's American tour, right?
They got to come to Vancouver. And here's the other thing. This has always made me wonder. I mean, you talk about sports, football clubs looking to promote national clubs and all that sort of stuff. What would be the harm, instead of playing Philly Union 2, of Wrexham playing the Welsh under U21 side and share the proceeds with the Welsh team? Or the Canadian under U21 side, or the American U21 side. I don't think you're not taking off on the national team, but taking on those clubs, sell the tickets
over to America to do that.
Well, or Wrexham can come to Vancouver and play Canada, and then dive down into LA or Philadelphia or wherever, Boston, and play the S21 team, and then come back for a game against the Welsh U21 team, and all of the ticket revenue and proceeds to those organizations. The U21 World Cup is next year in the summer. Now, it doesn't align before our preseason, but you could sell the tickets in advance and have a release of the funds to those teams that are going to the World Cup, and then play the games, shagging all the sheep. Is that a crazy idea? Is it against the rules for clubs to play national squads? I mean, you can get insurance. People insure anything. So I don't know why that doesn't happen. I guess we don't do it in North America either, right? You don't see. But if we don't have these friendlies either, it's always preseason just right before you get started. It's not.
I found that really weird.
We're going to go on a road trip.
Were people that were, complaining about most of the preseason, or all the preseason essentially being in the U.S. I mean, they had some closed door.
He's offside again, Billy. Like, that was 4 feet.
Yeah, he's not. instilling confidence in that they were upset that there weren't enough preseason games for Welsh fans to go take a look at, and I just thought that was kind of weird from the standpoint that they have all the games and all the different cups and tournaments that they can go to. Like, why would you even care about? Like, the worst thing to go watch would be a preseason game when there's nothing on the line, and if that gets American dollars in the coffers so that you can pay for stadium upgrades and better players, I would think that's what you'd want to do.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I get the trade-off. It's always a balance, right? It's always a balance. In a perfect world, you'd love to the $2 million by playing in your home stadium, or the £2 million by playing in your home stadium. But I think there is the benefit to Wrexham is a wildfire in the United States. It's a grass fire in Canada. There's some interest, but it's not to the same level. You got to go and cement that and connect the people. And Wayne, yeah, that offside frustrated me because that one just seemed like he had all the time to be able to slow himself down, but he just decided to run it. Final play of the game, no stoppage time.
Yeah,
everybody wants to go home.
Yeah.
Davies. That was a rocket of a corner.
Yeah, way too low. And giving us another call.
Yeah, I guess I get that. Are there teams clubs that wouldn't release them? I mean, U21 and getting an opportunity to play against men in front of 20, 30, 40,000 people. But I guess maybe the coordination of it, because you've got to go to, 20 to 24 different clubs? Hey! Oh! Was that McLendon that just missed that? Full-time whistle.
Yeah.
Great delivery in. 34. Hayden missed it over top, and then...
Yeah, the guy flopped underneath him.
And then Aaron James underneath.
Well, this was great. Thank you for allowing me to help out.
I appreciate it. I like the idea of having people come in, you, me. Otherwise, it adds a different perspective. I'm appreciative that I'm sending that message to Wayne or Andrew or Dave or Dale. Anybody that's there. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You want to do something like this? By all means. It's these watch parties are supposed to be a group concept. I'm hoping so. Thanks, guys, for attending. This one was an interesting one, and I'm going to be interested to see the analytics when it's all done, as to when viewers came and went, and when we were most popular. Yeah, thanks, David. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button just before you leave, go ahead and do that. For whatever reason, I'm hitting hours like crazy, but no subscriptions. So, no, I appreciate it. And the next time we do this, it's going to be live. MK Dons. I'm hoping some of you guys are in the stadium, or wherever. Dave, awesome in Greece. That's awesome.
Dave's in Greece. Wow.
That's my first from somewhere else in Europe. So I'm going to add that to we've now reached out into.
Yeah, you're going to have to put pins on a world map.
On a world map, yeah. Start that process now. I should probably start everybody's name and where they are. I'm going to run out by the time I get to like 30 people as to where everybody's at. This was fun. This is what we do, and I'm going to try and get some work done over the weekend and hopefully be with everybody with a video before the Luton or the MK Dons game, and then we'll be back for the MK Dons stuff. And Dave, are you in Israel too? We got Israel and Greece. We got the US, Canada. We got Wales, England.
Wow.
Just got to get down to the South America and the Australasia part of the world, and then I think we'll have it covered.
Yeah.
So anyway, So much fun. I thank you all for it. This one will be up if you wanted to replay it, but I don't see why anybody would want to replay these, but they're there. And I'll see you guys in a week. I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
See you later, guys. MK.